All right, let's get started today.
Yeah, why not?
I want to thank you all for your
I was gonna say-
patience for a slight delay in our start as we were finishing up another meeting upstairs. All right, this public regular meeting of the Board of Education for December 2nd, 2025 is called to order. Thank you. All items being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website under the Board and Meetings tab. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV services website and on Channel 28, and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. All right, thank you, everyone. Good evening and welcome. Thank you for taking your time out of your day to care about public education and being here. Just a few housekeeping things. We have many community members today here in attendance. We're excited that you're here. But also just keep, if you brought any signs or banners, just keep it below chin levels. People behind you don't get blocked. Just aisles, hallways kind of clear so no one trips or hurts themselves. But other than that, let's just be respectful of each other and have a really long, good evening, right? We have a very full agenda today. So first on the agenda is board members' declaration to be considered for board leadership. In May 2021, the board adopted a process by which board members could be considered for board leadership positions. The resolution states that in order to be considered for a leadership position, board members must notify the board manager in writing by December 1st that they plan to run for board leadership in the December election. Then, I thought it was January election.
It's January.
January, thank you. Then at the first board meeting in December, which is tonight, the board chair will publicly confirm board members who are interested in serving in leadership. Senior Board Manager Powell has informed the board that both Vice Chair DePass and I would like to continue in our current roles. And Director Split, Director Chase Miller, Director Engelsman would also like to be considered for Vice Chair. This item will be on the January 13th board meeting agenda. I also want to notify that for an item that Director Split has actually requested that I thought was a good idea, that we set time aside in our next meeting, December 16th, to have a conversation about leadership and vice chair roles and et cetera. So that will be coming up. Next up, we have the superintendent report. Dr. Armstrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chair and Directors. Excited to bring this month's report. Guess I'm loaded and ready to go. Thank you. I want to start off first with a thank you to Commissioner Julia Brim-Edwards and Commissioner Vince Jones-Dixon for a micro grant of $2,500. They went into action after the SNAP disruption and wanted to make sure that families had meals over the fall break. And we just want to appreciate our elected officials for supporting our Southeast community. Also, we have another Teacher of the Year, and this one is for health. We are excited about Haley Yeager from Selwood Middle School, and she is recognized by the SHAPE organ, and it's for excellence in middle school health education. And so we are really excited about that educator. 2 claps. There we go. Okay. We're also celebrating Grant High School's second place finish in the OSAA State Championship. Only 2 losses all season, an exceptional team indeed. We had not only strong performances from our soccer team, but we also had our boys teams, Franklin, Roosevelt, McDaniel, Ida B. Wells, and Lincoln, and an outstanding showing for our girls teams, Ida B. Wells, McDaniel, Lincoln, and Grant. We have a tremendous amount of pride for PPS athletics, and so 2 claps for our athletes. There we go. Oh, listen, you all are on it. Yeah, I love it. You know, right before the fall break, we had the opportunity to have the leadership team get out across all 81 schools and deliver boxes and bags to our administrative team. We call this Surprise and Delight. And we do have a ton of pictures, and our team was hard at work last week making sure that conferences were happening, and we wanted to celebrate them as levers of change. And so we look forward to lifting up not only our team of leaders, but the educators that they support and the support staff that supports all of them. So 2 claps for the team. All right. So we had some performances at the opening of the art museum. And so I just want to give a shout out to our student groups who were featured in this grand opening. We had Lincoln High School Choir, and then we had McDaniel's Stomp and Shake cheer team. The feature in this opening was the pavilion that opened was Mark Rothko. And so we were super excited about that. So 2 claps for that. So speaking of then legacies at PPS, and as you know, this is our campaign to really showcase the brilliance, the talent, and all of the individuals that are either currently in Portland or has at one point been a part of Portland Public Schools. And so thinking of that pavilion that opened at the Portland Art Museum, Rothko was a renowned artist and Lincoln High School alum. He immigrated as a child and graduated with honors in 1921. He's one of the leading voices in abstract expressionism. His artistic influence is felt across modern art movements, and his work is displayed in places like Harvard and the MOMA. So we're just really excited to lift up that Portland legacy. So 2 claps for that. Yay. As you all know, folks term November as No School November. So it was an important time for us to really emphasize and double down on how attendance matters, and we need every student every day in classrooms. And so we have a short video to show how attendance is looking across Portland, or at least a spotlight.
The idea of the walking bus came about last year when my coworker Paige and I were really focused on attendance. Are you ready? Put that flag up. One of the things that we heard from a couple of parents was, I just have a hard time getting my kid out the door in the morning. If they just had someone to walk with, they could, we could do that every day. We kind of just chose one student to start. One student whose parent was very much like, gosh, I just wish that she had someone to walk with. We took a look and we realized that there were a bunch of other students who lived in the same apartment complex as she did. We thought, well, these students actually have attendance issues as well. That's how we decided our starting location. One of our students who was in the chronic category when we started the walking school bus is now in the acceptable category, and it's only going up.
And I just want to pause and say that isn't it amazing that our educators are willing to take the time and walk kids from home to school? I just want to show some love and give it up for that. Yeah. That concludes my superintendent's report. And as always, you can follow us on the socials, and together we rise. Thank you.
All right. Student Representative Retorto.
Thank you. So, the district student council just came back from one of our meetings. It was not one of our regular meetings, so we scheduled a special meeting for tonight, right before this, to talk specifically and exclusively about Jefferson Rising and the sunsetting of Jefferson dual assignment. So, I heard lots of things from students. We did not get a chance to vote yet, but we will vote before the board votes. So we have an official position. But I heard lots of things. There's a lot of students that were concerned about distance, and travel times. There were some students that were concerned with enrollment numbers, between Roosevelt, and then also Jefferson and Grant. So I've heard lots of things. We're going to continue to talk about it on our Slack channel. We are going to vote on it on our next meeting on the 9th. And then I will come into our future meetings with the official DSC position. So I'm really excited about that. And in other news, we also, if some of you were listening a few meetings ago, we talked about there being multiple interested members being interested in being on some board committees. And so we do have a student, at least one student interested in each committee. And tonight we are going to be officially voting to instate one of them on the audit committee. So that's great. Tune in for, if any of you are still here, in 3 hours on the consent agenda. That'll be the last thing that happens in this meeting. So yay! And that's all I have for you guys.
Thank you. Next, we have general public comment. First, we'll start with our student comments before we begin. I'd like to review some guidelines. First, thank you for being here and taking your time to provide comments. They help inform us in our work. We look forward to hearing your thoughts and reflections. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. I'll remind PPS staff that who are giving public comments that they may not provide testimony about students that could violate confidential protections under FERPA. This includes testimony using information that could identify students, especially in their school community, by use of direct or indirect linkages such as school, grade, special education, or other status. For materials you would like the board to receive, like handouts and pictures, please don't come to the dais. Bring them over to Kara over there, and she will distribute them to us. Thank you. If you have any other additional items that you would like to provide the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment, all one word, at pps.net. Please make sure that when you begin your comment that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You'll hear a sound after 3 minutes, which means, the red light, which means it is time to wrap up your comments. We have a very full agenda today, so I will be, when the red light goes off, please finish your sentence. I do not include run-on sentences. Just saying, I'll cut you off. And the second announcement I also want to make is that because we have so many hot topics today, I extended each slot for public comment for each topic by 1. So we have 4 slots per topic today. So let's call on, do we have any students sign up for public comment?
We do not.
All right. Let's call up our general public comment.
We have Eloise Curler, Amanda Yearlings, Per Olstad, and Lakeitha Elliott. Whoever's ready can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amanda Erlings, Uerlings. I was a high school math teacher in PPS for a number of years, but I'm here to speak about my first grader in elementary school in Portland Public Schools. The experience that I have had has been, some of them have been surprising, and I'm specifically here to talk about screen usage by teachers and by students in the classroom. He started his day with the whole class watching a welcome video for the morning song every day. He ended his day with the whole class watching a goodbye video every day. He watched videos for movement breaks and brain breaks in classes. He watched movies, as we all did. They scared him. He needed to go out of the room. He reported then that he watched videos in his music class that he had once a week. One day he watched 5 videos. Then he told me he watched videos in art class and library class, and thankfully he did not watch videos in PE. I spoke to his principal. I spoke to an instructional coach. They said there was not a screen usage policy in their school. They hadn't talked about it as a staff, and that Sorry. I talked to the teacher. She was not interested in changing her ways. She didn't want to sing to the class. She didn't want to just play the audio song. And this year, the pattern continues. Numerous parents I've talked to share my concern at my school and at other elementary schools. Some of them have opted to go to private schools instead of PPS because of this reason, because of screen usage in class. It's not just videos. It's the I've heard from parents who were worried about the video games that were below their levels and the distractions of screens sorry, I'm distracted by the light. My request from the board is to create a clear policy for elementary schools for the usage of screens that includes specific educational purposes and a total time limit per student. My student was having 4 videos a day sometimes that didn't seem necessary. I would like screen usage to be used wisely and only when necessary. Thank you so much. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you.
Hello, directors. My name is Lakeitha Elliott. You all have heard from me before, and I sent you all an email today. I first want to start with, in my day job, I serve as the executive director of the Gordley Birch Center for Black Leadership and Civic Engagement. And in that role, we support and encourage and train Black leaders. And I just wanted, as a trainer of leaders, as a person who cares and support leaders, I wanted to first just say thank you to Superintendent Armstrong, Director DePass, Director Chase Miller, and your Director of Family and Community Engagement, Nick Watson. I want to let you know that your community sees you, that we see you as Black women, that we see the things that happen online to you all, and that we're here to support you and that we love you, and we'll continue to stand up and show up for you all. So thank you all for your service. On that, I was hoping to speak to the CBSE, and that's, but I got the general comment. And so I just wanted to share with you some words that were shared here 7 years ago from Senator Abel Gordley. And again, we're here 7 years ago, and all of her words still remain true. And she said, Portland Public Schools as an institution has a shameful history of demonstrating that it does not care about Black children. Educating Black children has been terribly slow and resisted efforts to dismantle white racism. The question she asks is, what will you do now to demonstrate that you respect the Black community's demands for how and where to educate our children? We are here to say that we're sick and tired of being sick and tired of petitioning the board for policies that are right and just and fair for our children. We're here to say do not serve more platitudes and paternalism again. Again, 40, 50 years we've been advocating and asking the board to do the right thing. And so we're here demanding that you now serve the demands of justice for Black children, for the Black community, and that going forward you commit to putting in place the resources that will lead to a quality non-racist education for Black children in Portland Public Schools. We are here because we love our children. We are here because we believe in creating beloved community. We are here because we believe in speaking truth. And we are here because we want to advance what Martin Luther King Jr. said about love and power, power and love, well over 50 years ago. That power without love is reckless, and love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice, and justice at its best is power correcting everything that stands against love. And so when you listen and hear and act on what we're telling you in the best interest of our children, we want you to use your board power to interrupt and correct decades of institutional racism. Justice today will be voting yes on purchasing the One North building for the CBSE and showing your commitment to Black children in Portland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eloise Curler, Koehler. I wrote a letter to myself. Bear with me as I read it. Dear me, dual enrollment ending isn't about you. It's about the 400 students at Jefferson right now. And it's about a long, painful history of disinvestment in Portland's Black community. History you never learned at Ainsworth, West Sylvan, or Lincoln, but that still shapes what your kids experience at Irvington and Tubman. Eloise, remember your Oregon education, building a cover wagon, dipping candles at Champouy Park, pretending that was the whole story. No one taught you that Oregon wrote black exclusion into its constitution, making this the whitest state in the country. And you feel that history now when you look at your daughter's friends from Boise and King, the very neighborhoods redlining once boxed their grandparents into. And you never learned until the Fair Housing Council bus tour how federal lending rules and single-family zoning push back black families into Albina, while neighborhoods like Irvington protected white wealth and access to Grant High School. The Grant-Jefferson resource divide wasn't an accident. As Camille taught you, it was designed. And your own family played a part. 4 years ago, your sister showed you that article about your great-great-great-grandfather, William S. Ladd, supporting segregated schools in 1867. You inherit that whether you want to or not. And you want the board to understand that choosing scenario A, B, or C isn't the first time a small group has decided whether segregation continues in PPS. It started with people like my ancestors, and you hope it ends with the people sitting in front of you tonight. You're learning that accountability isn't about shame. It's about choosing differently over and over again. So when you heard that more than 100 Irvington and Sabin families signed a petition to avoid Jefferson, you felt angry and ashamed, and yes, superior, because you said you would never do that. But you have to be honest, Eloise, you're not that different. You moved to Irvington partly for the schools. You didn't ask why Jefferson didn't have IB or AP until it affected your own kids. And you're not saying this to beat yourself up. You're saying it because you finally understand how your choices and your silence fits inside a much bigger story. Eloise, you carry racist and anti-racist beliefs at the same time. Some days you act more from one than the other. Your humanity isn't being honest about that. And still, you would feel honored for Hattie, Quinn, and Corbett to attend Jefferson. You believe in Principal Drake Shelton. You believe in the Black vision that Albina Vision Trust and the Center for Black Student Excellence have fought for. And it shouldn't take you, a white woman, believing in it for it to be supported. So tell the board, I don't know what's best for Jefferson. Jefferson families do. Peninsula families do. Listen to them. Ask them what they need to make this transition safe, successful, and on time that is best for them. I'm done.
You can finish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. It's a very powerful testimony. I think, oh yeah, right now we have, next up we have our comments from our union partners. Thank you, President Bonilla.
Hi, everyone. Angela Bonilla, President, Portland Association of Teachers. I want to start off with some kudos to every educator and family that participated in parent-teacher conferences last week. Those 12-hour days are rough for educators, but it is so important to make sure that we're having conversations and connecting with families. Also, a kudos to educators in North and Northeast Portland and their communities working to protect our staff, students, and families from ICE and the ongoing work that they're doing. It is really hard to teach when you are hearing stories of 17-year-olds being picked up by ICE outside of their high schools and other neighborhoods and communities in Oregon. And so I'm just a big kudos to those doing that work. I would like to share a request of this board tonight after, in addition to passing the resolution for the purchase of One North. My request of this board tonight is that y'all require the operations and facilities side of this district to provide a multi-year plan for how they're going to maintain that property, including the increasing costs of maintenance as a commercial landlord, without taking away funding for maintenance from our school buildings or decrease student-facing services. And I ask for this because I think the idea for the Center for Black Student Excellence is exactly what we need, right? A place where we can provide services for all students while putting an emphasis on culturally responsive programming and support for our Black students, because systemic problems need systemic solutions. And I worry that we have this first step, this One North purchase for the CBSE, and then don't have an actionable plan to sustain this focus on Black students, and that we will do this one piece and then ignore the other systemic needs across the district. For example, we're starting a conversation on redrawing school boundaries soon. What we've seen across the country is that when conversations about right-sizing schools comes up, it's always schools in Black and brown communities that get closed. And so we want, with those closures, we then see students bust across the city, causing the same harm that Blanchard caused in the 60s when he closed the middle schools in the Albina neighborhood. And I hope that we do not see a repeat of the same issue when we get into that conversation. So the purchase of One North should not and cannot be the end of this conversation about systemic change to support our Black students. And I also worry that we will continue to lose our educators of color, including Black educators, because they're often the ones called to support Black families and students, regardless of caseload or roster. We have educators experiencing microaggressions every time a new administrator joins their building, or whenever a parent disagrees with a grade given by a Black educator that the student has earned. As president of our union, despite almost 3% of our educators being Black, I've seen a pattern of both students of color and educators of color being disproportionately disciplined. For educators, it looks like increased surveillance and investigations that lead to nowhere. Additional off-cycle evaluations no one else is asked to do. Letters of expectations and meetings with their reps about tone in emails, and we see this across the district. Remember, we're coming off of a superintendent who closed our equity department and led the exodus of many experienced Black educators, and so we're still feeling those effects. In 2020, we demanded and won training for all PAT educators about anti-racism, implicit bias, and culturally responsive practices, and we have yet to see it implemented district-wide 5 years later. And I hope that the CBSC is a first step to actually addressing the systemic and disproportionate harm experienced by Black families and Indigenous students and families and staff in our district. What I also know to be true is that the operations and facilities side of the House has allowed, time and time again, bad decisions and bad contracts. Ask anyone who's worked in any of our modernized high schools, whether it was the first one built, Roosevelt, or more recently, like Lincoln, their air conditioning fails in almost the same way across the entire district. How can I trust a OSM or a department that can't stop a common problem from happening in build after build after build and ensure that this building will be maintained effectively? How can we hold that side of the house responsible for a large portion of our budget accountable with this purchase? Can we ensure that the folks who are doing where we have deferred maintenance, where that's the norm, not the exception, be able to actually sustain a beautiful building and not end up in a situation where we're now selling the building we promised to this community? Please make sure that the purchase of One North for the CBSC comes with a plan from the operations side of the house to maintain the property for years to come. I don't want to have us end up selling this property and break another promise to the Black community. Folks deserve better, and we need to do better. And I think it is crucial for us to try something different. Looking at other places that can help hold these folks accountable so that we do not end up doing the same thing and expecting a different result. I think the community that has come together to build the vision for CBSC has made that abundantly clear. Again, systemic problems need systemic solutions, and we need to try something different and to ensure that our promise is not a delay. We don't delay the breaking of a promise by buying a building we then have to get rid of. So I'm looking forward to hearing the debate, and I hope that when that passes, it passes with an amendment that includes a request for a plan for maintenance that does not take from our schools, our students, and the work that needs to happen in our other buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kara, is that it for union partners?
As far as I know.
Okay. Thank you, President Bonilla. All right, next up we have the Portland Public Schools Board of Education has appointed the Community Bond Accountability Committee, or the BAC, as is most commonly referred to, whose charge is to monitor the planning and progress of the bond programs relative to voter approved work and scope. So that's what's next on the topic. Tonight, the past chair of the committee, Kara Turano, is here. Yes?
Yes, she's coming in virtually right now.
Okay, thank you. To provide us with their most recent quarterly report. And Dr. Armstrong, do you have more to add?
Yeah, I just want to express appreciation and say thank you for your service, and we're grateful for the work of the committee and look forward to hearing the report. Thank you. Ms. Toronto.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Wang and members of the Board of Education. It's nice to see you again. My name has been stated is Kara Toronto, and I'm the immediate past chair of the BAC and a BAC member since 2020. So my purpose tonight is to give you a brief overview from the BAC's October 29th quarterly meeting and a look at future endeavors of the BAC. We currently have 7 members on the BAC with 2 recent resignations. Staff is reviewing applications, and shortly you should receive their recommendation for new appointments. The BAC wishes to thank those 2 members for their service, Annie Kwan and Jessica Dunham. Since our previous meeting in July, there has been a change in leadership in OSM with the addition of staff from the project management firm Presidio. As a result, this meeting was a chance for us to get to know one another. The new staff and consultants have proposed new reporting forms, which they feel will provide the same information and reduce the nearly 2 weeks of prep required for the current form. The BAC is okay with new forms, particularly if it means less work for staff and provided it provides the BAC with the information we need to meet our charter. To that end, most of our discussion centered on what was not included in the new forms. 3 major areas were missing, including schedule, business equity participation, and future project costs. Staff has assured us those items are available and they will be provided to us in the future. To our current task and charter then, based on previous reports and the conversation with staff on October 29th, the 2012 bond program accurately funded all items identified within that program. For 2017 and 2020, staff is still reconciling expenditures to date and forecasting remaining work, which should be done in the next few weeks. However, based on previous reports, the BAC believes the programs to have been properly funded. For the 2025 bond measure, almost no funds to date have been expended. Based on the information provided by staff, it appears that the district is proceeding with work that meets the intent of the scope of work specified in the voter-approved bonds. In the staff report, it was noted that the 2025 bond measure seismic scope included funds to fully fund 8 to 10 schools. I know you all have been discussing this issue. However, it was pointed out to us by staff their concern that with limited funds and escalating costs, there may not be enough money to achieve this goal. All of us will need to carefully monitor this program specifically. Time at the moment is our greatest enemy. So staff is diligent in ensuring all bond revenues be in compliance with state law and the ballot measure language, and we've seen no evidence of operating outside of this compliance. The rest of our report that you've received contains information regarding business equity. And our final comments, we are encouraged by some of the changes that have occurred. I have a specific example. I've been on the committee for almost 6 years, and this is the first time we've ever received meeting minutes to review from a previous meeting. We have requested in the past that BAC receive relevant information rather than relying upon us reading about it in the media, and that the BAC receives notifications that documents are available. For the first time, we received the press release regarding the recommendation of the Presidio contract as the project manager when it was released. As it pertains to the Presidio contract, the BAC is not comfortable at this moment offering advice to the board, as we were not included in the RFP process, nor has there been a committee meeting to discuss. Our information to date comes only from media reports and individually reviewing the project management contracts. If the board determines they would like the BAC to investigate the proposal with our expertise in mind, we would welcome the opportunity. Presidio staff would like to provide the BAC moving forward with monthly updates so that we are not waiting until our quarterly meetings, which we greatly appreciate. The BAC is also going to look at some changes which could result in amendments to our charter, which we will bring to the board for approval. We are going to talk about having more frequent meetings with a shorter duration. And I also understand that you all, as the board, may have some changes you would like to add. So with that said, the BAC thanks you for the opportunity to serve our community and help and play a small part in this bond program.
Thank you. All right, at this moment, I can open it up for questions from board.
Yeah. I have some questions. Thank you for your service and for the report. My first question is that the report noted that the 2012 and 2017 bonds are beyond industry standard timelines. So I'm curious what contributed to the 2012 and 2017 bonds remaining open.
I'm not fully sure that I can answer that question because it's prior to my service. 2012 being the first bond, there was a lot of learnings along the way. 2017 ran into the supply chain issues that we started seeing with COVID. The other challenge with 2017 was the school modernization at Benson, which required the 2020 bond to cover and fulfill the remaining schedule and costs associated with it.
Can I ask a really quick follow-up question? Because you mentioned COVID is one of the things, but I think what I heard from districts in other parts of the country is that COVID actually was a time when there was accelerated construction done because students were out of the building, things like that. So I was just curious if you had any comparables with other districts in terms of that part with PPS?
I have not seen those comparables.
I think ours was partly the technical, and they couldn't find the people to put it in. Okay. I think that was part of the problem.
I think it was too. And in one of our earlier FIO meetings, we actually went over this, I think in the first one, what projects were left open and why they were, and I can dig that up and send it to you.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I actually have some comparables. I went and researched all of the bonds that were approved on the 2020 bond, and there were 11 school districts that had bonds pass. And so when I looked at Alsea and Bandon and Bethel and Corbett and Enterprise, Newburgh, Perrydale, Pilot Rock, of course us, Redmond, and South Wasco County, most of their projects are completed. So I decided to look at 2022. And so when I went to 2022, David Douglas, Beaverton High School, or the Beaverton has two schools actually, and Ben Lapine, from the 22 bond have work that has started and will have work complete before we even break ground on Jefferson High School. That was on a 2020 bond.
Sorry, hand it back to Director Chase Miller. Thank you for letting me interject.
I I'm not sure if you can answer this, but I was wondering, Virginia, you might be able to answer this. How much delay was attributed to adding new projects versus delays in the original project scope?
Are we still talking about 2012 and 2017, or is this 2020?
No, 2012 and 2017.
I don't know that I can answer that because I didn't join until 2020.
Okay.
For what it's worth, we've gotten updates because I've been to a few BAC meetings now on the, like, when we talk, we usually go over like, and 2012 is like pretty much almost done, and same with 2017. And some of what's holding it up are things like the litigation on Benson makes it hard to close that project out, for example. So it did seem like they were close on those ones, for what it's worth.
I mean,
It's
I'm glad
usually
they're
like
close because one of them
98%
is like 13
completion.
years over.
Yeah, it's like down to like remaining funds that they've been like rolling into other things to spend under the categories they had authorization. If memory serves, Carrie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't 2012 just like a couple? It's like a large percentage of it's done. It's just not completely closed out, if memory serves.
Yeah, it's like 99.99% finished and closed out. And I think one thing to point out from the BAC perspective is we're not looking at leading, we're always looking at lagging. And so our reports are based on, vendors getting in their bills and that having processed through the system. So like, we're never going to be as caught up from our report as I think OSM is going to be in terms of real time.
When bond projects are left open, are there costs that are associated with that? Like, does it cost us money having these bonds open beyond what the standard period is?
To my understanding, like once the work is done, I do not think so.
Well, I mean, that's once the work is done, but once the work is done, when that close that body of work, and it wouldn't be open anymore?
I've not been involved in the bond being closed. So again, I'm not sure that I am qualified to answer that question this evening.
Okay, thank you. A lot of my questions are about 2012 and 2017. I don't know, I guess I'm going to just ask them so that they're out there and maybe we can get answers to them one way or another. I'm curious if there were added projects that extended the timeline and how those additions were approved and communicated to the board.
All additions have to fall within the pre-approved scope from the voters. And the BAC receives updates from OSM that those projects are aligned. I'm trying to find our last report from 2012.
I had a question. So, towards the beginning, you said something about the committee being able to possibly being able to do a report on the Presidio RFP. Now, I've heard a lot more than I was expecting about the Presidio stuff this past week. And I personally have not had the time yet to read the contract because I have homework. And it's a long contract. But if that was something that the board wanted to do, when would you be able to get that back? When is the next meeting that you think you'd be able to get that back to us?
We don't have any meetings scheduled for 2026. As a publicly appointed committee, we're also subject to public rules. So the meeting would have to be set up on the calendar with all of the appropriate public rules committees for the public records rules for the city. And I'm not as familiar with those as I should be because public servants is not my full-time job. But if the board was interested and the OSM group could set that up, we would do it within the bounds of the public records that are required for the community to be able to be involved as well.
I think we have Sarah Norman, interim senior director for OSM, to speak to some of the bond questions.
Yeah, there were.
that
I
were
wanted.
asked.
Hey, Kara, how are you? Thank you so much for being here. We so appreciate your service. There were a few questions that were asked by Director Chase Miller, and I thought maybe I could help to add some context. I apologize. And we appreciate Kara being here. One, there is cost associated with bonds remaining open. If there is, the cost is that we cannot transfer those funds to other projects and begin work that we could be doing on to transfer those funds into like the 2017, 2020, or 2025 bond. Maybe find a seismic project that we would be able to allocate those funds to, because those funds have to remain within that bond program until we are able to formally close it. So yes, the cost associated with keeping a 2012 bond program open for 13 years is indicative of lack of planning and not being able to bring that bond program to conclusion. And 2017 is really on the verge. Yes, we all experienced COVID and supply chain issues. However, again, lack of planning. We're going into campuses and we're touching them multiple times instead of planning campus by campus and actually trying to take care of those campuses in one fell swoop instead of having years of summer projects over multiple years. Industry standard for bonds of this size that Portland Public Schools and Portland Community has passed is 5 years. 5 years is industry standard across the nation for these type of bond programs. And so that is why that was noted within the BAC comments, because we wanted to make sure that the BAC understood that we really need to bring these bond programs to conclusion so we can move that funding into new projects for 2027 for our students and our community.
How did we get to this point?
I might be able to speak to this a little bit, because we did go over this on August 12th at our FIO meeting. We have a presentation about this exact thing. So are your questions like how much is left over, what it's allocated for? Because we have all that information from our committee meeting.
No, that's not my question.
I'm looking at it.
You're looking at my question?
No, for
She said
your.
that's not her question.
Okay. Well, I'll send you the deck.
Okay, I'm just going to ask Sarah my question. How do we get to a point where all these years later we still have 2 open bonds?
One of the first things I did as interim director when I had the pleasure to serve was actually do financial reconciliation of all of our bond programs. It was something that was not currently in existence for our bond programs, and that is when we found some of the information that we found and how that correlates from eBuilder. There's 2 software programs that Portland Public School uses. I'm sorry, this is going to get really technical, but eBuilders is the software program that we use within OSM to manage the bond funding, and we use PeopleSoft within finance, which is really the check that goes out the door to pay for the work. And so that we do reconcile those on a monthly basis, but the bond program as a whole was not being reconciled. The way the bond programs in Portland Public Schools has been managed since its inception has been scope by scope, project by project, instead of being seen as a bond program. So managing it as a bond program, overarching across the district, understanding what we have to do in each campus, not just saying, oh, we have an asbestos project that we have to go do on this campus. We should be planning that every campus that has to have an asbestos project done should be planned. And when we look at those campuses, we should be saying what else needs to be done at that campus: an HVAC upgrade, a seismic upgrade, a plumbing reconciliation, whatever it might be, so that we understand the time impact campus by campus. And so our students and our educators and our principals understand how long that is going to take on those campuses. At that point, you're able to plan a program. You're able to understand how long your bond program will last. You have to go into it with planning. And that is one of the reasons for the lack of the closure of these projects or these bond programs.
Thank you. That was really helpful. I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but how does OSM currently define project completion, and is that aligned with what is standard to the industry?
So interestingly enough, we do have a project auditor that comes through, and so once the project auditor goes through our projects, we do go through a closeout of that project itself. However, that SOP had actually, when when I joined Portland Public Schools, that SOP was still being refined. So there's still a standard operating procedure for closeout of projects that was still being refined within the program. So it was not 100% defined, and part of that problem is that means that each project is not being closed out consistently across the program, which can be problematic from a warranty and maintenance perspective as you move forward within the program. So again, there's a lot of work to be done, and that's not to say that wonderful work has not been done, because of course wonderful work has been done. However, there are things that we could put in place that would help with the closeout of these bond programs and hopefully move that money into new opportunities for Portland Public Schools and our students.
Thanks. It sounds like there are a lot of opportunities. What internal controls have been in place to prevent scope creep and extended timelines?
Because planning has been done in a different department from OSM. So the bond planning program happens in the Office of Planning. And at the time, there's been a lot of leadership change, as you all are very aware. The new COO, we have a lot of different people. And so through that, there have been some not always great turnover to our OSM staff from a planning perspective. And so we don't always know. I can count on my hand how many times I've said, what did we budget? What was the original budget for this project? And I would ask multiple people. I would seek multiple softwares. I would look for documents, and on multiple occasions, I did not have the answer to that. The 2012, very limited documentation exists for the 2012 bond program from an original budget perspective to say, this is how much money you should be spending on this campus. This is how much money you should be spending on this program. So there are very limited guardrails in existence for cost overruns for the projects themselves.
When I initially read through the bond accountability report, it seemed like there's a couple things that we're watching and that are kind of hanging out, but overall, we're doing pretty well. But this actually sounds like there are more challenges with our ability to spend bond funds responsibly and complete projects on time.
One of the reasons we proposed to revise reporting was because all of the reporting was being done manually. So there were in spreadsheets, if you're familiar with a spreadsheet, all of the information was being exported from multiple software programs, manually inputted into a spreadsheet that was then presented to the Bond Accountability Committee. It took staff 2 weeks. I can remember Stormy, my predecessor, saying that when she had a Bond Accountability Committee meeting, she would lock herself in her office for 2 weeks to make sure that she could get all the reporting done. What does that mean? That means lack of oversight on all of the projects that we currently have in design and construction. That means missing timelines for certain things that are ongoing. And that's not what it should be. We should be able to utilize our softwares within our programs to generate these reports, to be able to provide accurate and transparent accountability for all of our bond program.
Sarah, I'm sorry, can I interrupt and add one thing?
Absolutely.
I that comment that the reports makes it seem like things is okay. The questions that you're asking of us as the committee are very in the weeds, and we have been told numerous times, and our charter states it, we have 3 areas that we focus on. In general is the bond meeting, the scope, the schedule, and what the money was allocated for. And when we get the reports, that is what we see. If you all as the board want the BAC involved in day-to-day operations of OSM, that is a whole different ask of community members. And we've actually, I remember when I joined the BAC, this was a point of contention. Our job is not to manage OSM. We are supposed to look at the reports that we are given in good faith and make those assessments. And if it's 99.9% complete, our assessment is that the bond is meeting the requirements that we as community members are asked to observe.
I really appreciate that distinction, Kara, and that really helps me kind of manage the gap, right, between what y'all are tasked with and the bigger picture of things. Thank you. That's all of my questions for right now.
May I comment? So, Kara, I just wanted to thank you. When I was the chair of the facilities committee, I made a point to recruit women and people under 40 and people of color to the Bond Accountability Committee, and I see that you're like the last person standing. I've watched your work over a few years, and I really appreciate, the thoroughness of the work that you've presented. And you're absolutely right. Your job isn't to manage OSM. It is exactly per your charter to take the reports that you get. I have a question about that. So when you're doing your reports, you're getting data from staff and just a single source. And so I wanted to note that we have something that was handed out during our meeting tonight. That's the bond performance audit recommendations that have items that are outstanding as of 2017 bond. Things such as formally communicate, clarify, and train OSM project teams and individuals involved with project delivery for existing document management protocols. And I guess I'm to your point, Sarah, some of the things that the data transfer, if it could be standardized and forms and templates created, those internal controls created so that the BSC can do your job of looking at the 50,000 foot level, and then our bond auditors that are external auditors can come in and look at these fine points. And I'm sure you've reviewed this.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are actually
spreadsheet.
Yes, we have a
which is just people talking and putting it in here.
Yes, and there's
there's
a multitude of items within the performance audit that that are open from the 2017 bond, 2020 bond, and again, I walked into those open items, and we have created a committee to address those items. And a lot of the and Kara knows this, and Kara, thank you so much thank you so much for drawing us back to the charter as well, and I really truly appreciate that. Sometimes I get in the weeds and she pulls me back out. So it's good.
Can I ask the question about that charter though really quickly, because I just realized what you were saying, Ms. Toronto, and I appreciate the offer to be able to, I guess, have the committee look through the contract for Presidio, and I think that's outside of your charter. And I guess I was just wondering why. I guess was that a request from someone, or just being generous and saying, "Hey, we're here to help if you need us"?
I think it lies somewhere in between. Many of us on the committee have been reached out to by the media, which we do not take those requests, and there is this assumption that there is more involvement than we have. And so the answer to that question is there is a lot of expertise on this committee, and if it would be helpful and the board would like to leverage it, we are there to do that. The other answer is we are not involved in this RFP process. It is not part of our charter, and as such, we will not comment on it. So I don't think I'm really answering your question, but this was some of the conversations with different BAC members today. And I think it goes back to that charter question, and where we had gotten in the previous reporting that we'd had for several years was really getting us out of the weeds and not going into BAC meetings and asking some of the day-to-day operational questions, but relying back to some of the broader industry standards with the understanding of the context of doing this work within our own community. So yes, it's a generous offer. If the charter needs to change for more involvement, the committee would be open to that discussion. And so that was sort of what we landed on today, because our conversations were that we would potentially be asked about the upcoming vote that you're having, and that's not what we are involved in doing currently.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll have Student Representative Torto, and then I'll bring you.
So very quick, and maybe this is a question for you, Director Lafort. But I just had a quick question. You had mentioned at the beginning that there were associated costs with keeping those bonds open. But could you get specific? What does that mean? Is there work hours that are dedicated to that, and if so, how many?
There's there's not work hours dedicated to it, but the money is sitting there, and it could be being utilized to finish the 2012 bond program. Have we completed everything that we were did we meet our requirement to the voters? And we need to complete our 2012 bond program so that we then can, if there is money left over from the 2012 bond program, we can transfer that money into additional projects. And there is also a cost if that money is sitting in a bank and it's taxable. There is arbitrage that could be allocated to that funding. And so it's a complicated system, and there's a magnitude of items that can impact that program being open for the term limit that it's been open.
I think you're talking about opportunity costs, right?
Correct.
So are you saying, because I do, like I said, I do have a report that we requested in August. Are you saying that I don't see that there's any money left in 2012? That there's money?
There is.
Okay, so that was not shared with us by staff. So
Well, part of that, Director LaForte, is because the reconciliation needed to happen on all of the bond programs as a whole.
Is this a systems issue or a leadership issue?
It's a little bit of both.
Okay. I appreciate your frankness. I'm wondering, we've had
You've had a
two
lot of-
superintendents.
you've
over
had
the
a lot of
course, interim
turnover.
about 4, if you can count interim superintendents and superintendents, 4 over the life of these bonds. Different structures for OSM leadership. We used to have a chief of modernization. We don't anymore. All those sorts of things. And but I do want to talk just for a second about the bond performance audit. I'm really glad. I don't know who did this, but passed it out because there was not part of the reason that these things weren't addressed. And I'm new, ish. Now I think I can say ish. Is there wasn't a facilities committee last year. And this is one of the things that I've taken up as chair of the committee, and we actually will be addressing 4 of the items on this list on December 9th. And I assume you are probably involved in coming to the committee with those items. I'm very excited to get started. We're going to start checking 4 or 5 off every month. That's the goal.
Yeah.
And put this thing to bed.
Yeah,
So-
no, Director LaForte, I appreciate that, and believe me that it is a priority for the Office of School Modernizations to take on those audits and get those items closed. Director Split also has that concern as the liaison for BAC and the audit committee. I've not been involved in the audit committee, Director Sullivan, but I do know that, of course, we want to take a look at each one of those and make sure that what the recommendations are from the audit makes sense for PPS at this time, right? Some of these are so dated that we need to make sure that it's still applicable for 2025, 26, and 27. And so, no, I appreciate the opportunity to obviously work with you guys to do that. Yeah.
What was the last bond program that closed for Portland Public Schools? Was it the last time a bond closed in Portland?
I don't think we have one.
There has not been one.
Okay.
Wait, we
Well,
don't know?
not since 2012. Right.
The first 2012 is still open, so.
When we close
Right.
2012, that will be it. That will be the first one.
So we haven't closed.
I believe that was our first bond.
2012 was the first high school modernization bond.
Are you asking like historical before 2012? Maybe none of us
Part
know that.
Part of the issue, just as you're getting closer to this, is there are things like projects like roofs and things like that that can't take place any other time than summer, which is a lot of what's hanging out here, just so.
Those are
12 summers, 13 summers.
Director,
Well,
Director
it's
LaForte, I
not
agree,
easy.
but part of that is planning. Part of that is, you know what I mean? Like, I agree with you. Consolidated projects are tough, right? Because we have occupied campuses. But if we have a plan, we're able to let you know what year those programs are able to be done in, right? And so that we can plan that out. And also, if it is a program that potentially it cannot be done in our 62 days, as one of my project managers always reminds me, that's how many days we have in a summer. If we're able to plan better, we may have to talk about what can we do with these, what other opportunities are there at occupied campuses that we can get this work done in a more expedited manner, which not only gets the students the facilities that they need, but it also saves the district money because we're not having to work 2 and 3 shifts over a summer to get a scope of work completed.
I guess I think I'm just not quite as shocked as some when I see things like asbestos mitigation and roofing projects and things that I know can't happen with students in buildings. So I think I'm just a little less surprised.
I just really quickly have been trying to get in here. I just want to make sure everybody knows this is an old form of this particular list. So whoever circulated this, there's a much newer one that includes the 2025 audit as well. And it's really important that we have the right list in Sarah's hands and in other people's hands going forward, rather than this one that doesn't include the 2025 audit that came in. I also just want to flag that there are the BAC charter pieces that we want to bring to the BAC as possible changes are because they were in the audit recommendations to make some changes. So that's all we're talking about there. And I also just want to share that there are some policy committee items in here that deal with policies of the board, and I would love it if you would consider taking those up in your committee. I know that you've been asked before, and I'm not sure if that's in the plan, but I think it'd be great if we could knock these out, and that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, and those will be taken up. I also just want to say 13 years is an important number for K-12 because we get kindergartners, and we have them for 13 years, and so someone that started kindergarten in 2012 would still potentially be attending a school that wasn't completed yet. So it's an important number, and it's important to get this right.
Director Sullivan?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that our in-house auditor did a fantastic job of trying to figure out which committee would be best to try to deal with these, because they aren't all building kind of things. They're very complicated. So that's why they're taking so long. They're complicated. They aren't easy. It's not just fix the roof. So it's not as if we're playing with it. It's not easy. So and I want to thank Janet. Yeah.
Totally agree with you. None of the work that this office has done is easy, and change is hard. And but continuing with transparency and ideas and bringing in new ideas to help the staff that is here and alongside them is really, really important. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Also, Kara, I got to take another moment to say thank you so much. I mean, you've been a member of this committee for so many years to this community. Thank you again for being with us this evening. Just truly appreciate your professionalism and your service. So thank you.
Yeah.
Well, you're welcome. And I will just add that this has been the most communication we've had from OSM in my 5 years or 6 years of being on the committee. So we appreciate the fact that we are hearing from OSM on a more regular basis and that we are being made aware of decisions before we read them in the paper.
Thank you. We are a little bit past our allotted time, but I want to make sure everyone had a chance to ask their questions.
Thank
Director
you.
Engelson?
I have 5 comments/questions. I'll be quick. First off is my question. Why did 2 BAC members resign suddenly?
They didn't resign suddenly. We have pretty strict standards of conflict of interest, and both of them had conflict of interest issues, I think, in the 2025 bond with who the contractors were.
Okay. Comment is that I am concerned about the comments in there about the seismic state and that there won't be enough money potentially to do 8 out of the 10 schools. I believe very firmly, as I know a lot of other members up here do, that we owe the kids who are in schools right now that are in danger if there is an earthquake to get that work done. So I'm worried that we are losing the ability to do that. I'm glad to hear your comment today because it was different than what's in the materials. I was under the impression you still were not getting materials in advance of the BAC meetings. I'm glad to hear you did get them at the same time as the press release went out. I do hope that continues. I think it's vital, and I would expect to see that. I appreciate your, I'm looking down at the screen, I'm not looking out to everyone else because I'm looking at you, but I don't think you can see me. I appreciate your offer, your generous offer to review the RFP. There has been a lot of attention to it, and so I think your expertise would be terrific, and so I love that idea. And then the last thing that I want to say to everyone up here in the room, maybe who has forgotten what those early days in Oregon during COVID were like, they were very different than they were in other states. Our governor put very strict requirements for my office building, for example, which is multiple thousands of square feet. There were only 5 of us allowed in the building at any time, and we had to sign in and sign out at any time. So the idea that contractors were going to be able to just barge into schools and get work done, maybe it was happening in Florida because they didn't believe in COVID, but it was not happening here because the governor put very strict rules on how many people could be anywhere within proximity of each other. So I remember clients of mine not being able to get their Adderall. I remember cars not being able to be manufactured. I remember groceries not being available, and I remember mail sitting in buckets in my brother-in-law's house because he was too scared to touch it. So I just am really flagging that because I don't want to put any lenses about like COVID would have been a great opportunity to get everything done, because in Oregon, we took things very seriously and we shut everything down and we're safe for it. So those are my comments.
Director Inglesman,
Yeah.
I just want to say that, like I said, I researched the 10 other districts. There were 11 that passed bonds in 2020. 9 of the 10 have closed their 2020 bond, with the exception of Perrydale, which could have, but I just wasn't able to find any information on it. So I just want to say that 2020 bonds across Oregon that all passed in 2020, 9 of the 10 are closed.
Were the ones that you looked at the same amount of money?
And same school district size?
Not the same size and not the same money. Some had matching grants. But if we do want to go to large size, we can look at Beaverton. That was on the 2020, and they have Beaverton High School and an elementary school that is opening in the fall of 2026, which is before Jefferson will break ground.
Director Inglesman, I just want to make a quick correction on your seismic. I just want to say the report doesn't say that we won't be able to do 8 of the 10. I just want to, you said that, and I just want to make sure that you know that the bond language is that we were hoping to do 8 to 10 seismic upgrades of schools. We're concerned that we may not be able to get all of those done with the current funding. I just wanted to.
Thank you. No, that is what I meant, but thank you. Yeah.
No problem. I just wanted to correct that. I just was worried that, yeah.
No, I know that there are more than 10 schools in PPS that need seismic attention, unfortunately.
All right.
Thank you.
I want to thank
you,
both
Kara.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kara Toronto, for being here. Really appreciate your work and the BAC's work. Thank you, Sarah Norman, for answering our questions. With that, let's close this topic, and we'll be moving to one of the 28 main events. Bond Program Management Resolution 7216. Our next item, this is the contract for Presidio for the management of our bond program. Before I turn this over to Superintendent, maybe we should start with public comment first. Yeah?
Let's do that. All right. We have James Posey, Tony Jones, Erica Warren, and Keisha Locklear.
Mr. Posey, Mr. Jones, Ms. Warren, welcome.
My name is James Posey. Can you hear me?
We can hear.
You hear me? Okay. It is a real pleasure to be here this evening to talk to you about this bond measure and the owner's rep. And let me just say that the definition of insanity, I think you all know what the definition of insanity is, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different results. I'm so glad you all are stopping the insanity because for many, many decades, people of color are really epitomized in what Senator Avell Godley said about the historical discrimination that has happened across PPS. And with the advent of this new rep, I'm hopeful, I'm really hopeful that things will change and we won't be excluded in the real fabric of building community around the construction that you've had over the several decades. Now, I could talk for days. I'm currently the president of the NAACP, but in reality, I want to bring in Gary Hollins to take part of my conversation. Quite honestly, I can't figure out why he isn't on the agenda. Him and Herman Green, every board meeting, wow, I hope so. So if Gary Hollins can come in and take my place. And then I want to just finally say you all's new leadership in the presence of Dr. Armstrong has been very phenomenal in making changes in this whole operation that we call PPS. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'll be brief. I really wanted to speak tonight about this resolution based on, my brief experience with PPS as a board member and as 3 years as the facility chairs committee. And I want to thank James for giving me some time to speak. During my time on the board, it became clear that our OSM department has been stretched far too thin beyond its capacity. This has led to costly mistakes and delays and staff turnover that ultimately impacts our students. For example, we are significantly, it has been significantly underestimated the cost of 2 high schools that we had to return to taxpayers for more dollars, which delayed those schools and those activities and buildings for students. And I believe those costs was upwards of $100 million short. We still have projects from 2012, I just heard, up until now that still has not been, have remained unfinished. There's several modernized schools right now, like Roosevelt and Benson, that are still not done, despite the work that has been done to it so far. So this just isn't about project management for me. This is about our students learning in buildings that are delayed and or that have been delayed, over budget, and not fully delivered. To fix this, I feel we need to strengthen OSM capacity, and hiring an external program management partner is one of the most efficient and effective ways to do it. Outside firms can start immediately. They can some hire new staff. Well, something hiring new staff cannot do as far as revving up. They bring a whole team of experienced estimators, schedulers, risk management, construction experts. They provide independent oversight and fresh eyes to prevent any and very mistakes, and have and cut students' time and taxpayers' money. Most importantly, they free up our overstretched OSM staff to finish overdue projects while focused on seismic upgrade and other urgent needs our young learners need to have right and done now. And I want to be clear, this should be a collaborative effort. The board and superintendent together have the ability to revisit this agreement and ensure the final terms that truly reflect what's best for our students. You aren't locked into a contract as it currently stands. You can work with the superintendent to refine it, strengthen accountability, and build in protections that make this partnership as effective and student-focused as possible for both our students, for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add that it's good to see you again, former Director Hollins. I did allow some extra time because it is customary for government agencies to allow extra time for electeds and extra slots. So I know you went over, but I allowed it because
Thank you for letting me.
It's our courtesy.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Good evening. My name is Tony Jones. I'm the chair of economic development for the Coalition of Black Men. I'm here to indicate our support for the strategy in Resolution 7216, which gives PPS the authority to enter into a contract for owner's representative bond program management services with Prosedeo LLC. We appreciate the PPS leadership, that PPS leadership conducted an RFP process to evaluate and select Prosedeo LLC. Establishing your goals, values, and expectations, and evaluating your stakeholders and partners is key to long-term success. The capital improvements to these schools will be a key economic engine for our region for the next 5 years. We're happy to finally see Jefferson High School, a high school that historically has served the Black community, Ida B. Wells, a school named for an African-American icon in American history, Cleveland High School, and the Center for Black Student Excellence, and other capital projects be designed, completed, and provide first-rate educational facilities to serve our diverse population. These projects will serve as an economic catalyst for the construction and design industry. They will have a ripple effect with the living wage jobs and entrepreneurial opportunities provided to all the businesses, including MWESB businesses. We support PPS's recognition it needs to increase its capacity to make sure the projects are completed on time and within budget. Prosedeo LLC provides the management expertise and systems to assure construction and design quality. They will also provide real-time information on budget and scheduling milestones to PPS leadership so critical decisions can be made in a timely manner. We are in economic uncertain times, given the priorities of our current federal government administration. Consistent leadership and clear expectations will stabilize the construction environment and encourage contractors, especially minorities, to engage on these bond projects. Passing the owner's rep contract ensures we have the professional oversight needed to deliver these major capital projects on time, on budget, and with accountability. Please pass this resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, directors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Erica Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N, and Superintendent Armstrong. I just want to echo Lakeitha's sentiments. We are grateful to have you here and working with our students. Listen, much has been said, so I don't want to be repetitive in even all the remarks that I wrote down earlier, but I'm a third generation Portlander. I'm a Benson alum who had the privilege of, but I also spent my afternoons in dance at Jefferson. I'm a daughter of this community, and I have a consulting firm. In my work, I support marginalized communities, local businesses. I'm a facilitator and advisor on the Rose Quarter Project. So I have a lot of insight into a lot of politically charged projects that the community is not seeing that organizations and state government can be reliable. And I think that's why this owner's rep contract matters. The modernizations are some of the largest public investments that Portland is going to make in this decade, and communities are watching. We're paying close attention. We want to know whether or not PPS can carry this over the finish line, right? Families, voters, businesses want to see follow through, not because of impatience, right? But because trust has been stretched thin year after year after year. Unwanted expectations, shifting timelines, et cetera, right? These projects have huge economic weight. When they're managed well, they support steady workforce. They allow small and mid-sized firms to plan confidently, help keep costs contained for taxpayers. And when they stall, the financial pressure increases on every side for PPS, for families, and for the contractors who depend on predictable schedules, et cetera, right? So the owner's rep gives strong oversight. It will help to keep these projects coordinated, stable, encourage more local firms to bid, keeps pricing competitive, and helps to ensure that the dollars that voters approved actually deliver what's promised. Parents trust that you all will do what's right? And students trust that the adults responsible for their learning environments are going to put their needs first. So Jefferson, Ida B. Wells, and Cleveland aren't just construction sites. They're hubs of culture, of identity, of opportunity for thousands of our young people. And they've waited long enough for buildings that reflected their potential. The broader community needs to see that PPS is establishing a structure that will reduce risk, that will protect the resources, and move these campuses forward without another cycle of uncertainty. Approving this owner's rep contract is a step towards rebuilding that confidence in the timeline, in the process, and in the district's ability to deliver. I urge you to move forward with the owner's rep contract so our local economy can benefit from well-managed and dependable investment, and our students can learn in the environments they deserve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Keisha Locklear. I'm an architect and senior project manager in OSM for the Jefferson Project and the CVOC. I first want to say how proud I am to finally witness the next agenda item. I came to PPS for these two projects, and they're the whole reason that I'm actually sitting here today as well. I'm committed to my project success, and our project success depends on trusting the people that we work with, and that those people have the best interests of our students and our community in mind. And after reading the contract, okay, for me, that doesn't seem to be Presidio. Here's why. It's because the math of the deal is wild, okay? $60 million over 5 years roughly equates to a professional, consultant fee of 29 people full-time, full blast for those 5 years. We don't have that many people on our teams of the 4 projects that they are going to be managing, and yet you need the equivalent of more than that capacity to manage it. It doesn't really add up. We have agreed and said many times before how many positions are vacant and various ideas about everything you guys said today, by the way, what Sarah said, what all you guys said about the bond. I agree. Like, we need that help. We need that organization. We've grown. We need to be more efficient, more effective. I 1,000,000% agree. It doesn't cost $60 million to do that. And since when do we give anyone a $6 million bonus for completing work on time? We don't even pay general contractors who build our buildings incentives when they finish early. And you've built in a $6 million bonus. They've built in a $6 million bonus for themselves into this contract. It just seems highly irregular at minimum. And I just want to clarify something I heard Director Chase Miller say in the news about, all projects automatically pausing if the vote doesn't go through, but that's not the case. That would be a leadership choice. That's not like a natural consequence, right? And so there's so many different ways that this can go, but it's not a negotiation when you come to the table with a $60 million contract and you know that the scope isn't anywhere near that in cost, right? And so what are they going to come back to the table like, oops, we charged you triple by mistake? So that doesn't seem like genuine negotiation. It seems unprofessional and inappropriate. And I think there's just a really larger conversation that needs to happen about all of that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. See on our bond management. I'll hand this over to Dr. Armstrong. Could you introduce the resolution?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Chair Wong. I know that there has been several questions raised in recent days about this contract that is before you tonight, and that's why I asked that this contract be separated from the consent agenda so that there could be time to discuss. I'd like first to speak to why we are at this moment. So I began my first year with 3 priorities. Last year, as I'm now in my second year. Priority 1 is focused on literacy. Priority 2 is focused on building relationships and trust. And priority 3 is focused on safe and supported learning structures. Priority 3 remains at the center of my focus and leadership. There are 3 driving factors that have shaped my urgency and guided the decisions I've made over the last 15 months. I want to just go through those really quickly. First, we continue to face significant and costly delays in our capital projects. These delays have driven up expenses, prolonged disruptions, and weakened community trust. Our external bond performance audit makes this plain. It documents cost escalations, schedule slippage, and structural gaps in project oversight. Jefferson High School alone required an additional $55 million in contingency funds, and it hasn't even broke ground yet. Harrison Park Middle School required more than $25 million in contingency to address needs that were known but not fully planned for. A project that began in 2021 with Kids on Campus and is still under construction. And the Center for Black Excellence is set to conclude after a 5-year wait. These are not abstract issues. They are lived delays that affect students, families, and educators every day. Second, the involvement of multiple firms working alongside internal teams has contributed to inconsistent coordination and rising costs. The audit highlights concerns about how construction projects are managed, estimated, and monitored. We have that document. Simply put, when accountability is spread too thin, progress slows too much. And I just want to be direct here. As superintendent, I am, and I should be, held to a high degree by the amount of incompetence I allow over time. And I want to say that again. I should be held to a high degree by the amount of incompetence I allow over time. That is a standard that I accept. That's a standard that I live by, and it is a standard that requires us to confront and correct the systems that have not worked. Third, the delays in the improvement of our athletic fields and other essential environments are the direct result of leadership and structural challenges that I am trying to address. Students have waited too long for safe, equitable, and functional spaces to learn, play, and grow. My conclusions are not assumptions. They are grounded in multiple data points I have reviewed consistently for the past 15 months. The external bond performance audit detailing delays, cost increases, and management gaps, a statewide analysis of 2020 and 2022 bond activity that shows districts that I've already went through, so I won't go back through that, have completed or in 2022 remain on schedule to be complete. And I want to say for like the 4th time before Jefferson High School even breaks ground. Our internal staffing data, which points to long-standing vacancies, turnover, and capacity gaps in critical roles responsible for construction oversight and project delivery. The status of our 3 major projects from 2020, I'm talking Harrison Park, Jefferson High School, and the Center for Black Student Excellence, reveal patterns of underestimation, unclear scope, and delayed progress. These data points form a consistent story, one that requires decisive action and a recommitment to strong systems, strong oversight, and strong leadership. Priority 3 exists because students deserve safe, modern, and supportive learning environments, and it's because our current structures have not consistently delivered for them. The bond program management executed under one firm will improve cost control and reduce escalation. And also, our current structure does not support building 3 high schools at the same time. After a nationwide request for proposals, 3 national firms submitted, and ultimately one was selected. The firm is Presidio, and to be clear, Presidio will be held accountable for schedule, cost, scope, and quality. Tonight is not about blame, it's about responsibility. It's about restoring trust, and it's about delivering results. Our community voted for these bonds. Our students walk into these buildings, and our job, my job, is to ensure that every dollar is managed responsibly, and every project moves forward with clarity, accountability, and urgency. Our students cannot wait, and they shouldn't have to. So with that, I'd like to invite up the president of Presidio to introduce his team, Brian Johnson. And Brian Dawson.
Good evening. Brian Johnson, JOHNSON, president of Presidio. First, I'd like to acknowledge the board and Superintendent Armstrong, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to be here tonight and speak to you this evening. We're excited to be here. We're looking forward to the opportunity and continuing our partnership with Portland Public Schools and making sure that we provide the right buildings for the students. They deserve it. It's been long enough waiting, and it's time to act. Just a little bit about myself. I started my career in K-12. I have over 20 years experience managing large bond programs. Half of that time has been on the district side. As you could tell, my experience and expertise, I've lost my hair in the process. But on a serious note, the why we do what we do, why we're passionate about what we do, is because of the kids. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that we provide a great space for our kids. There's nothing more rewarding for us than to see the excitement on the kids' face when they walk into a newly built, renovated space on the first day of school. That's, you can't, I mean, that's just something that we love to see. And we want to share that with Portland Public Schools. We want to be a part of that process. The kids deserve it, and we want to make sure that we make that happen for them. Now, I'll be remiss, I'll turn it over to Brian to introduce himself.
My name is Brian Dotson, Vice President of Presidio. I appreciate Superintendent Armstrong and the board for consideration. And again, we're super excited to be here and the opportunity to be here. Over the last 20 years, 25 almost now, I had hair when that started. I've been in community and client relations and communications, and about 13, 14 years ago, like you, I may have talked to a friend that talked me into serving on my local school board. So I had the privilege and honor to do that in my local community for 2 terms. And so I understand some of the things that you all have to go through, the pressures you feel, the money that you make doing it, which is none, right, or very little. But it certainly is you're serving the community. It's all about the kids. And what I love about what I get to do now at Presidio is not just help my community, but help many other communities across this country. And I can't wait for our firm to represent and help the community here and see those kids' faces, because it's all about the kids. It's all about the student opportunity and outcomes that will be improved in these new facilities. So thank you.
So hi, I'm Sarah Norman. I am the Director of Operations and Program Executive for Presidio. We are excited and humbled to be here in Portland and be a part of this community and serve this community and their students. I've spent my entire career, over 23 years, in K through 12. I could build anything, but I choose to be in K through 12. I am the daughter of 2 public educators. And what we do is important to our students and our community. It has a direct impact on attendance and student achievement. It cannot be overlooked. Change is hard. The last couple of weeks have been hard. I am appreciative of the staff that is here, that I've had the pleasure of working with for three months. And I'd like to introduce our operational excellence staff that's here with us today that will be coming in to work alongside OSM. I'd like to introduce TJ Hopkins, Program Director. Jessica Day, QA/QC and Controls. Drew Schatz, Senior Director of Construction. Anthony Marisco, Construction Manager. And this is just a few of our Presidio team that are ready to execute for you all, our students, and our community. Thank you.
And just to clarify a few things, I know that's just been put out in the community. I would like to take the time to clarify. Presidio is a national firm. We have expertise in K-12 bond construction. We have offices in Texas, Florida, Colorado, and as of August this year, Portland, Oregon. So we're excited to be here. We boast and have $7 billion worth of work going on right now, with over $80 million of savings returned back to our clients. So we're extremely passionate. We have the expertise to manage this bond program. Again, we're passionate about what we do. One unique thing about us that's in our portfolio that specifically caters to Portland Public School in the 2025 bond is that we have over 75 constructed and managed high schools in our portfolio, from renovations, heavy renovations to ground up. So we have the expertise. We know how to manage them. And one other unique thing about us is that half of our staff, like myself, has been on the K-12 side. So that gives us a unique advantage. That gives us a passion, a sensitivity to working with school districts and our clients. We understand the need for timelines and meeting those. We understand how important it is to coordinate with the community, with staff. So that's important to us. And that's the reason why we've been so successful. Again, our transparency, our collaboration, our trust, our community engagement is one of the things that sets us apart from a lot of our competitors. We're heavily involved in the community. We believe in local support and local contractors, subcontractors. We want to keep them in business. We don't want to put them out of business by delaying projects. Our goal is to keep them employed and help them build their business. Again, we thank you for this opportunity. We're looking forward to it. We're excited to get started, and we cannot wait. Thank you.
So before I turn it over really quickly to my senior legal counsel, I heard you say, so you all want to expand your office in Portland.
Yes, absolutely.
You want to come into our city.
Absolutely.
Okay, you want to pay local taxes.
Absolutely.
You want to hire locally.
Absolutely.
You want to continue to contribute to organizations and nonprofits and chamber and all those other things that exist.
Absolutely.
Okay. So this is contributing to lifting the city of Portland and the state of Oregon.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And also I add to that, any vendor that decides to do business with Portland, we're going to hold them to that same standard. They're also going to give back to the community as well.
All right, excellent. All right, thank you so much.
Awesome, thank you.
So I'd just like to turn it over to our senior legal counsel who will walk through the specific parts of the RFP, and then I think we'll open it up for discussion and question. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sharon Tanqueray.
Sure, and I'll want to have Dr. John Franco and Senior Contracted Counsel Liz Large come up, who you all know has been general counsel for PPS for years before me.
Sharon, would you mind telling us what you're going to walk through so that we can pull it up out of the meeting materials?
It's the contract. The 60.
Okay, I heard RFP and I was like, which thing? It's totally
no,
okay.
I
Okay.
apologize. I should have
okay.
framed that for
Great.
you. It is the actual contract, going to highlight the process that led to this and the key provisions in the contract, and then answer any questions you all have about the contract. So what led to this is, let me give a bit of background. There was an RFP that was developed with a cross-functional team, including operations, purchasing, and legal. Dr. Franco also held input sessions with all the PPS staff, or all PPS staff in OSM were invited to hear the perspectives and understand their input. The RFP was then issued on October 7th. The RFP included many of the key terms that you're going to find in the contract. That was intentional so that there could be moving fairly quickly, at least by legal standards, to get to the point of an actual contract. Those terms were included in the most of those were included in the RFP. The RFP proposals were due on October 30th. 3 contractors submitted proposals. 2 proceeded to a more detailed interview and evaluation process, and from that, Presidio was selected. At that point, the team began negotiations for additional terms of the contract. And by the team, I want to call out, that's Dr. Franco, Liz Large, Emily Courtnage, who has led the PPS procurement team for 12 plus years, and she recently became a member of the legal team. The team also included 2 external attorneys from Miller Nash, one of whom is a construction contracting attorney with decades of experience in construction, and the other of whom is generally a public sector attorney representing government agents in the myriad of issues that arise in the public sector, including public contracting. That contract that you have before you is the result of all of that work and the negotiations by the team. We're not going to walk you through in detail all of the provisions in the contract. We'll spare you that. But there's 4 key provisions in any contract, and I want to call out what they are. First is scope of work. As outlined in the RFP, the contract reflects the work. It's program management, not just project management, program management for the 3 high schools and CBSE. An additional key point for you to be aware of is it includes the scope of work includes administrative support and oversight for all of the bond projects. So there's the 4 that Presidio would manage if you approve the contract, as well as kind of a broader administrative function. That's probably not what it's called in construction contracting, but I want to call that out because there is no additional fee for any of that. That's the straight up fee the price you're gonna pay is based on the 4 contracts you're getting, and in addition, they have agreed to the administrative, what I'll call the administrative support over all the bond functions, communications, support, financial reporting. I think I mentioned that. As to price, the contract provides for a maximum of 4% on the remaining unspent budget on the 4 projects described above. That's an important point for you all to understand a couple things. It's unspent budget, it's not the total budget. There's been money spent on all 4 of those projects already. That doesn't factor into the 4% analysis, potential 4% calculation of the fee for Presidio. The other thing to be aware of is, I mentioned the unspent budget, the cost of employees, of PPS employees who are primarily dedicated to the project will be deducted from that amount. So let me say that again. There will be PPS employees who remain on the contract or on the projects. The staffing has not yet been decided, but as they migrate to the new structure, that will be deducted from Presidio's fee. They wouldn't be, nor should they even ask to be paid. They did not ask to be paid for our employees who work on that. So it's less that amount as well. I want to mention just briefly staffing. The decisions haven't been made yet about staffing. The current model in OSM is a hybrid model, and it will continue to be a hybrid model, which is why the contract, when you read it, the language speaks to not counting the cost of PPS employees in whatever fee is paid Presidio. There's an additional amount of risk compensation. I think that was mentioned earlier. Completing 3 high schools on time, there is a incentive fee that would be paid for that, $3 million total. That was in recognition from the negotiations, and I'll let the team speak to that more, of the fact that we need those high schools done on time, and doing 3 at once has never been done at PPS, nor in Oregon is my understanding. I shouldn't speak out of my scope. They will also get a potential incentive if they complete each of the high schools on time, as well as CBSE, completing CBSE on time. And there's also a potential incentive pay for retention of key personnel that PPS identified. It was in the RFP process, but they are people that PPS believe are critical to the success, and there is an incentive to keep them. As to price, comparators on price are not that simple to identify, in part because what PPS plans to do is significant and unique, the 3 high schools at once in and of itself. That being said, we do know at least one other comparator. We know that Fort Worth, which is where Presidio had been working, and Dr. Franco and Liz can speak to the references if necessary, but the rate that Fort Worth was charged was 4.1%. Let me go back and say one other point about cost. It is intentionally based on the budget, not actual cost, unspent budget, not actual cost, because you want to ensure that we don't have an incentive for the cost to go up. So that is a moment in time unspent budget versus potential cost increases. So from a contract perspective, that was an important element to PPS. So that was price, scope, and then duration is 5 years unless completed earlier, but it with the incentives. Duration is 5 years, and the other key provision for you all to know, any lawyer will tell you, is the termination provision. It's 30 days notice. So final note, just to be clear, I've seen some public comment, lots of public comment. I want to be clear. It's virtual maximum mathematical impossibility for Presidio to be paid $61 million, because those are our employees who are included in that as well. So that money will not go. I want to repeat what I said earlier. That money will not be going to Presidio for our employees. So they won't receive money on the amount that we pay our employees. That's deducted from what would potentially be paid to Presidio. With that, I called out the 4 key provisions that are in the contract. It's obviously a very long contract. All of those provisions were initially included, many of those provisions, I should say, were initially included in the RFP. And with that, Dr. Franco and Liz Large and I are available to answer questions you might have about
I
the
just
contract.
want to highlight one thing that you
Yes,
said
ma'am.
around the incentive, which the incentive being around retention of key personnel, and then incentive to complete the 3 and then the individual schools on time. And that was built in as an incentive because past practice, we know that those things have cost us millions and millions of dollars, and we want to get ahead of it, correct?
Yes, the concern was to avoid any potential delay with the related cost and the related challenges associated with that. Yep.
All right, thank you. Let's get this on the table before we start discussion. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7216, expenditure contracts that exceed $150,000 for delegation of authority?
I'd actually like to move that we postpone the vote on Presidio so the board can receive a full comparative cost analysis based on other districts, like you're discussing, produce all related public records that have been requested, and ensure that the public has an opportunity to engage.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion to move the discussion for a later date by Director LaForte and a second from Director Engelsman. Discussion.
I just want to say quickly before this conversation, this relates to both, the resolution and the motion, but I will be abstaining from this conversation as I have not read the contract yet. But the only thing that I wanted to say was that, of course, I love everything that's been said so far, but 60 million or 50 million or 40 million, whatever it ends up being, is still a enormous amount of money. And the question that this board should explicitly answer by the end of this conversation is that worth it? And if so, why? So that's all I have to say on the matter.
I appreciate that question. And one thing that I want to say is, because I think, as you heard in my opening, what we're looking to do is for the 4 projects and some of the overall management, really lean on one firm that we can directly hold accountable for all of the things that I've mentioned. But if you look back in our past, and this does not include firms that were involved in multiple high school builds with complicated timelines, we've paid over $40 million out to multiple firms within that same amount of timeline. And that's just the 40 million that doesn't even back out our costs. As a matter of fact, we have like 6 different firms that were awarded RFPs. And so the board is used to probably seeing 5 to 10 million allotments going out to individual firms as opposed to one big chunk for one firm. So I would say that that's different. And that is public record on board books in 2023 if you search all of those contracts. And I think we've already sent information about the expenditures. And so instead of like piecing it out and getting the same results that we've gotten year after year, we're moving with a different strategy. And that's what we're calling on now. It would be great if there were other districts in Oregon or even in Washington that we can compare to, our neighbors, where we have our situation going on in Oregon, and there just isn't. I would say rely back on the information that we gave about the total cost of on-call project management. And as another thing, I know we spoke about this and you all heard public comment, how we have one agency who has $5 million contract with one employee that's been working down in OSP on specific projects, but not as a collective. And we're looking to move this as a collective. And all of the information you all should have on looking at the billables, whether it's $150,000 a month for one firm or, $30,000 a month for one individual for one firm in another way, working on various projects that our external bond auditor has noted that we need better documentation and record keeping to see what actual functions were happening and how much time was spent on projects. So I just want to put that out there.
So I was going to go next. Thanks. Sorry. I have a couple of things that I want to put out there. One is there are a lot of people in this room that are not here to hear this particular conversation, and I'm very cognizant of that going in. I would love us to have the discussion tonight, I feel like we could make a decision quickly on the motion that's at hand to decide, do we want to have the discussion tonight and then discuss if we want to postpone on a vote? Or do we want to decide immediately up front that we're going to punt? And I just want to, I don't know if, I feel like, I'm sorry, because this is kind of a surprise. I didn't know you were going to make this motion. But I kind of just feel like we should call the question and just decide, are we going to talk about it tonight? And not spend a bunch of time arguing about, are we going to talk about it tonight or not? And then if we decide after talking about it that we want to wait to vote on it, fine. I'm open to the majority deciding that. But I just feel like, let's just decide, are we going to talk about it without having a whole bunch of debate about it? And then if there wants to be a motion later about moving it, whatever, that's a different conversation to me. Thank you.
So the procedure to do that is that you would make a motion to table this current motion. And what that means is that if it gets seconded and we vote, a majority votes, then we go back to the original resolution 7206. And then at the end of that discussion, we can move to bring back the motion to postpone it at that time.
Can I make a couple comments first? I'll keep it brief. So I just want to say that I fully agree. I appreciated Gary Hollins coming up here. We had a great conversation about this last night. And Dr. Armstrong, the vision that you talked about of decisive action with the bond program management team, I fully support it. I think it's critical to our success. My concerns right now are coming down to the transparency and cost. This started with a no-bid contract in September, and we received a $61 million contract the afternoon before Thanksgiving, which left the board with one business day to review it. And I know I've heard some stuff online about, oh, we had 5 days. We sure did, but that gave staff 1 day to review it, and our contracts are not visible to the public in board book. So any person in the public that would want to see it would have to go to our webpage, ask for it, email staff. It's just not possible. And that's why we usually have always have a little bit longer time so that they can actually actively engage. I've asked for a lot of basic information, especially around cost. I was notified that the contract was awarded the day it was announced to the public. And when I asked how much it was cost, I was told, we don't know. I asked.
Well, that's because of negotiations, as we do with all of the contracts coming out. I mean, this isn't an exception to anything different than what we've done.
I would have loved to have had a cost negotiated before we awarded a contract, but that's neither here nor there at this point.
Right, because we've had 4 attorneys explain why it doesn't happen that way, and even some legal
I just
parts of
happen
it.
to, and I'm not in love with the percentage-based structure. So Presidio is proposing a percentage-based structure, and we don't have a simple cost analysis that's been provided to the board, a competitive cost analysis. We can't, as a board, with the information we have so far, we can't responsibly say that this is a good deal for taxpayers. We don't know. And so all I'm saying is that before we commit $61 million of public money, that we need some clarity, some transparency, and a defensible process. So I want to protect students and taxpayers and this bond in the long run. So all I'm asking for is a little bit of time to do that. I'm not talking about months. I'm talking about something that would probably take a couple weeks. It's not going to stop any work in OSM, and I think it's the responsible thing to do.
Yeah, I don't know if we can say that it doesn't stop work, so I just want to make a comment as I heard a couple of things, and it is a leadership decision, so thank you for calling that out. We have interim leadership with Sarah from Presidio that goes through the beginning of next week, so this is her last full week. And so when we talk about a delay to revisit a process, there are some things that we will need to pause. We don't have interim leadership. We won't have interim leadership there. And there are other questions that we have. And, as chief executive of this organization, I think you all charged me with leading boldly and delivering on behalf of our kids. And what's really difficult is to be in a place where the process is questioned. Now, I want you to do the business of the board, and it's either yes, we approve the contract, or we don't. But to revisit a process that's been vetted by lawyers, that has been visited by the leadership team, that's the...
Hold on. We're not revisiting a process. We're talking about the price. We're not revisiting a whole RFP process. We're talking about a cost analysis. and
want-
giving us no time to review that and putting us in a situation where you feel like OSM's going to fall apart if we don't vote today, that's problematic for me.
Well, OSM has already fallen apart. Let's be clear.
Well, there's been
and
a
what
higher-
we're
hold on.
looking to do.
Can I just,
is
sorry,
move
I'm going to
forward. Yeah.
interrupt. I'm going to interrupt. I'm just going to interrupt. This is the exact thing I wanted to avoid just a second ago. I guess what you're telling me is we need to table the motion. I actually wonder if we just vote on it so that way we can have a decision on are we going to talk about it or not. And I know it's risky, but the tabling it feels like, to me, shutting down a possibility of a majority being in agreement that they want to table it. And if there is a majority that wants to table it, that's the business of the board
So
to
you
decide.
do not want to make a motion to
I
table?
want to call the question and just get the vote out of the dang way, if that's okay.
Before we call a question, we have to make sure that every board member has had a chance to speak.
I would just like
Wait,
to say.
I can't just call the question? I just called the question. Can I not call the question?
Yes, and I can say that I can allow that every board member has allowed a chance to speak. And if you want to appeal that, you can appeal. It requires a majority vote.
Let's appeal it. I just want to know if we're going to do this tonight or not, and not waste a bunch of time
I
talking
just want to
about
say
it.
that we've only allowed Virginia and Dr. Armstrong to speak and no one else allowed to speak about delaying before we vote.
I'm not saying we vote on the
Do we have
motion,
a
just
second
voting
for
on
the
the
appeal?
decision.
Okay, do we have a second for the appeal?
Oh my God.
I don't know what the appeal is. I don't know what the call to question is. All I know is that the agenda was set. This does not need to be talked about now. This could have been put after all of the other agenda items for which all these people are here. The fact that it was put at this time when there was a room full makes us feel pressured and unable to have a long conversation. So I wonder, can we just take this and stuff it at the end so that everyone else can go home?
Okay,
and
hold
we can
up.
sit here. I don't understand.
I'm sorry. I'm going to reclaim
I
my
wanna say
time here.
something, too.
I think it's an insult to the people in this room to assume that they don't have
Yes.
a vested interest in this conversation. And if they don't want to sit through it, they can leave. No offense. But if they want to be here for the conversation, they should be here for the conversation. There was an agenda. They know what was on it. They're here. Let's go. Let's
And
do
also,
this.
nobody in the audience asked us to solve the problem for them to let them go home. If it would be quite different if we had 15 people saying, "Hey, could you move the agenda item?" We cannot send people home.
This is pretty classic paternalism, I would say,
Classic
for an
paternalism.
audience that's here
It's
to
an
talk
insult
about
to
the
my
Center for Black
community,
Student
too.
Excellence, which is impacted by the vote that we make tonight to decide for them that they don't need to be in the room for this conversation.
I'm sorry, I have to speak up because I think honestly, I'm trying to help move us forward. And I'm being treated like I'm being paternalistic by trying to just call the question.
No.
Okay.
Okay,
I
hold
think
up.
Hold on.
First of all, I appreciate what you're trying to do, Director Split, but I need to be able to speak to the symptoms of what's happening without people getting in their personal feelings about I'm being called this and I'm being called that. You're not the only one who's expressed that you feel like we should be able to let people go. I think it's fair to put out the question, do we want to just table this or do we want to get into it in the interest of time? That said, we need to make that decision, yes or no. We don't need to be making decisions for the people in this room.
So
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to claim my time. I just want to say, just philosophically, I want to bring this back to what the charter of the board is. In Oregon law, the charter of the board is that we really have only 3 jobs: set vision and goals for the district, that includes policies, supervise, hire the superintendent, and approve the budget. What it does not allow us to, is not included in the charter is management of the district. And one of the things in our policies that for certain contracts above a certain amount, the board does have to approve the policy. The spirit of that rule was more to look for if, for example, if there's malfeasance, corruption, or someone's trying to buy a fancy luxury yacht, or like things that checking, make sure the policies, or sorry, the contracts fit our policies, like for example, equity in hiring and et cetera, and things like that. So the reason I have a kind of fundamental issue with this is that when we start using approval of contracts to start managing the district, in a outside type of way, it really takes away. Let me just say this more bluntly. If the superintendent wants to make staffing changes, that's her right. And if she wants to structure her departments the way that she feels is the best way to structure, that's her job. And for us to start getting into that, we are working outside our wheelhouse. I mean, as 7 volunteers that most of us don't have experience working. I mean, Sarah Norman has I just want to point out, in DC oversaw a $3.5 billion bond, right? And so I just want to be very clear that if we want to look at this contract and say, hey, is there anything weird going on or things don't fit our policy, that's a valid discussion in my mind. Again, you can have your own opinion. But if we're trying to say, hey, we don't want you to take this route, that's a management.
Literally no one said that.
But I know. That's why I'm putting this as a clarifying question. So if you're looking to delay this because you're looking for potential problems, that's one question. But if you're looking at it because you don't want the superintendent to make the choices that she wants to choice.
I told you why. I told you why, and I said it has to do with the cost analysis, which we have not seen, and transparency. The public did not have time to see this. And really,
the public
neither did the board.
doesn't vet our contracts, though.
Okay, the public has every right to provide feedback
absolutely.
on a $61 million contract, and this was set up in a way that they did not have the ability to do that.
This is the public.
There's plenty of public that is not here at this meeting.
But
there's a lot here,
too. The point of representative democracy is that people vote for people they trust to.
That's right, and they voted for us, and I'm sitting here saying that what the feedback I've received is that we need to take a look at this contract. The price feels high. We should be looking harder as a board. That is our responsibility as a board. It is to review contracts. It is to steward the money.
So can we ask the question?
We've had 13 years of failures, and I think that speaks for itself. 13 years of not being able to deliver what this community has asked for and voted for since 2012.
All I'm seeing is
13 years, and so I don't know what 2 weeks is going to do.
What I'm seeing and what I'm hearing is just a total lack of respect for public input.
This is the public.
This is not the public. Everybody in this room is not all of Portland.
Respectfully, neither is your Facebook page.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Let me rephrase that.
You need to take control.
Okay,
of
I'm going to
this.
stop this conversation right now. We need to stop. This is be orderly. We have a motion and that was seconded to
let me
discussion.
jump in. I'm not saying
one last question. Sorry, I'm going to cut this off. What are the costs before we move to the vote, and then we're going to move to the vote right after this. I just want to very, very clarify, what are the potential costs of delaying this vote?
So, thanks. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, here we go. So I just want to address this piece around cost. So I will say this. So the 4% is well within industry standard. You know, this is not something that we go into willy-nilly and we formulate a number. But we look at, again, I'm also part of consortium, which includes Eugene, Beaverton, also Salem Kaiser. Also, and if you look at in terms of their work, which also encompasses a hybrid piece, also if you look at the Construction Management Association of America, who sent out a survey to multiple districts across the nation, the percentages range from 3 to 6 to 4 to 7. So we employed this piece in negotiation on the low end, around 4%, which does equate to, again, you could see the numbers, if they hit the incentives, but that doesn't even, the reality is because we are subtracting our staff, it's not even 4%. The reality is we are getting a deal here and we are on the precipice of something great. I just want to say this. We are on the precipice of something great. Okay, and the reality is 1.8 billion of that 1.8, when you're talking about the 3 builds, CBSE and overarching management of OSM, which includes improvement of structures and systems and communication and transparency, which, as you can see, with the lack of closeout on 2012, on 2017, like those are problems that we are going to address. So it is not just these 4 builds, it's overarchingly the improvement of the system, which in the long run is going to save us money. We are getting a bargain in regards to this piece. We're talking about $1.3 billion with these 4 projects, which is significant.
I completely disagree. I
Can I
cannot
add-
understand how $1 million a month would be a bargain.
I would like to add to that part. One of the stories I think gets lost is kind of the big picture. When we originally went for this bond in 2020, we started campaigning in 2024 and it's passed in 2025. We originally went out for an eight-year bond. And the reason that we went for an 8-year bond was because PPS has never built 3 high schools at the same time and therefore was staggered. So therefore the last high school was predicted to be started or completed somewhere near 2033 to 35. And when Presidio came on, it kind of, I mean, of course, with the work of lots of other people as well, but changed the scope of this work in terms of like, it was suddenly a mapped out a plan that was possible to actually have 3 high schools done at the same time, which means 3 to 5 years saved in time. We're talking about our 5th graders being able to enter a brand new high school, right? And have a brand new high school for their whole career. And so if you want to put a price on it, let's also put on the price of like what 3 extra years would have meant in delayed construction if we went with the original staggered plan that when we envisioned when we passed this bond. So I just wanted to add to that. There is more value than just, right, there's an opportunity cost. Thank you.
Can I just uplift that, because I don't want that to be missed, Chair Wong, and I appreciate you raising that, is that our previous, I think what I hear you saying, and I want to confirm, as I was here as superintendent, our previous leadership team in OSM said that there was no way that we would be able to open all 3 high schools at the same time, and that it would take over 8 years, and we would start with a schedule that could be, well, we were clear Jefferson was going to be first, and then whether Ida B. Wells or Cleveland along the way. And then when we had a new team come in that's done this work in different regions to say, yeah, absolutely, it's possible, but let's get the designers, the architects, and the construction managers from the different agencies in the room to confirm that they can do it. And that's what happened. And we have that confirmation. So I just appreciate you lifting that up, because that's one example of something that's changed as a result of their leadership. And one of the things that hasn't even been able to be lifted up and highlighted is that the RFPs that are in queue for the schools that will be going under construction and remodel that have seismic issues, and that process has already started. And the amount of time that it takes us to, in the past, to actually really get moving on a project, and what we've seen in the last 3 months has been some of the things that we haven't even been able to see in 12 months. So thank you for that.
And if I could interject just real quick around the piece around, we can't wait from a time perspective. I know there's this conversation around, well, we just have to, we're going to continue the work 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that type of thing. We've lost so much time that we have a distinct sense of urgency here to get these projects done for our kids. We are very student-centered in regards to this approach, and it is unprecedented to have 3 high schools built at the same time with the idea that they're all going to open at the same time. And we are committed to that piece. Like, if you even just think about the movement that we've made thus far in terms of, you're taking a vote today on the CBSC. That amazing, right? You're going to take that vote, okay? Here's another opportunity, right, with added support. I think you've heard it. You've heard it today from people who have been in the district, who have been a part of this work, that there is a capacity piece, right? We need to move on this. I can't express the level of urgency here, and the problem is you say, 2 weeks or 3 weeks, that type of thing. Like, that has been our issue, right? We got to move, and this is the opportunity to move.
I would just like to interject. I know I said I'm abstaining, but I feel the need to come back in. Number one, let's all try and be nice to each other here. I'm just over here with my chow mein, and I'm like, dang! So, first off, that. Second off, on regards to the public's ability to see this contract, I would just like to see a raise of hands. How many people in this room, not including district employees, read this contract? Hey, look at you! So, I would just like to say that I have also seen some people who did not get the chance to read this contract as a result of this vote being held today. And so, again, I am not going to weigh in further on whether or not that is the case, whether or not that's important, whether or not that matters. But I would just like to say that it is in some capacity the duty of the board to engage the public as they would like to be engaged in matters like this.
Patty or Director Sullivan?
Yeah, I was coming tonight concerned about the cost, but a lot of the cost was explained to me. I mean, you've explained it. The stuff that's out there in email land or yeah, is wrong, and people are reading that and they're sending me stuff, and and it's not true. I had an idea and it's gone. but anyway, I think we have to move, and I don't see why. I know what I was going to say. I mean, so we send the contract out for everybody to read. Okay, I read this contract. I am not a contractor. I am not a lawyer, and I could read it and read it and read it, and it really wouldn't make much sense to me. And I think that's probably what it is like for everybody. And we've got people with knowledge and obviously passion to get things done. And why, and law degrees and contractors, I'm sure. And why can't we believe them? Why are we so unwilling to believe the people that actually, I anyway, have put my trust in? I wouldn't be on this board if I didn't trust the people who work here want to do the best. And I really trust Kimberly. I mean, partly because I was one of the people who hired her. I feel like, I want it to work. So I don't think sending a contract out into everybody's email for them to read and probably misinterpret, because things get misinterpreted all the time. That's why I don't read I read my email from you guys. I read all that. But yeah, but I'm, anyway, I was coming thinking maybe I would vote no because I didn't understand the cost. The cost is high, no doubt about it. But it's been explained, and how many times do we need it explained? I don't know.
I'd like to call for a vote.
No.
All right. Let's call.
I have some things to say.
Go ahead.
Since
Sorry,
everyone else
Director Engelsman.
Thank you. I want to start out by saying that a lot of times people reference the loudest voices in the room as not always being the only voices in the room, and I think that's particularly important tonight because you are not the public. And if we want to spend, no, please.
She's right.
If you would like us to spend time reading every single post from the public who are not here, put your hand up here, please. If you, right. No.
Because a lot of them don't
because
know
a lot
about
of them
it.
are not here or they can't be here. I am happy to read every post
Okay.
of people who aren't here, but the
Can you make
point
your
is
point
that the
quickly?
people in the room today are not our only public, and all
Sorry,
of us.
I just want, people in the audience, I know that as a board, we're trying to deliberate, so if we can please keep it respectful. I want to hear what Director Engelsman says. Thank you.
All of us have been hearing from public who are not here tonight who have concerns, and to suggest that they're just because they're not here tonight that their concerns are not legitimate and that they're not the public takes away the fact that those voices are also legitimate as
We've
well.
heard their
Please don't
voices,
interrupt
though.
me right
They
now.
emailed us. You just said they're in our inbox. We have heard from them. We've heard their concerns.
Yeah, we're gonna go to a vote. All right, this is a vote on to postpone this conversation till December 16th. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
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 Abstentions?
No.
All right, the motion has not passed by a vote of 2 to 5.
5 to 2.
5 to 2.
I would
Thank you.
like to say something before we move on. This is for the future. This is not in regards to this current conversation. I have been in many rooms like this with many active parents. I went to Salem to lobby with parents for better school funding. I've been in these groups, but I would like to remind you guys that you are not everyone, and that we have to take all voices, and we have to take equitability into account here. What do you say to someone who's working a shift right now? Do you think that their voices don't matter because they're not in this room, that they aren't the public? Like, I just think that to say, you know, to yell out into this space that we are the public feels a bit like jumping the gun, and a bit arrogant to say that you represent everyone in your community.
Are you listening to yourself right now?
These are the
Stop,
voices.
stop,
These are the voices
stop.
that go unheard.
Okay, we will
we
stop this
love our-
conversation now.
We love our students, and
Thank
we
you.
appreciate that they have the opportunity to express their opinion, and we want to be supportive of our learners that are, and our student representative who is here expressing himself. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ian.
All right, we now still have not put resolution 7216. Wait, did we No, we did not. It is on the
You
table.
had the motion.
And the second.
That didn't pass. Now you have on the table
Thank you.
motion, a resolution 7216.
7216. Is there any further discussion about resolution 7216?
I'd like to move to amend.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I did not hear a motion. Original
Yeah, I
motion
didn't.
was
I
not
don't
put on the
remember
table.
either.
There was.
Virginia made the motion.
Right. Thank you, former Director Green. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 7216?
So moved.
Director DePass moves.
Second.
Director Chase Miller seconds. Thank you. Now we may discuss resolution 7216.
Can I move to amend? Is this the right time? Yeah?
Procedurally, yes, that's the.
Okay.
You've got it on the table. You have a motion and a second.
So I have
And
some
now.
suggestions, and they are to strike all the provisions authorizing performance-based bonuses or incentive compensation, because this is what we're paying for. I don't know why the bonuses would be involved. I'd like to modify the contract term to a one-year agreement with no automatic renewals. Require a formal performance review at the conclusion of the first year, and condition any contract extension or renegotiation on board approval following that review. Because it's 1 year, make sure things are working, checking in, feels fair. I support what Dr. Armstrong is doing. I do. But
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I just wanted to kind of ask the question about why this is necessary, because there's a provision in the contract that with 30 days notice, PPS can cancel at any time.
Correct.
Right?
Because it
And so,
holds
I mean,
us
I'm just saying worst case scenario, I know Presidio is also in the House, but like if things don't work out well in a year, PPS has the right to cancel this contract.
You have a
because it holds
30-day
us-
term.
With 30 days.
It holds us accountable.
Which is pretty unlikely. So let's say that they must be very confident in their work, because that's typically not a term that most firms are willing to accept, because what that means is you stand up in office, you hire all these folks, and if we're unsatisfied, we can give you 30-day note. My office can give 30-day notice to terminate. So even being able to get a firm to accept that is pretty remarkable. I'll just say that.
So then it sounds like they should be happy with accepting this, because all it is trying to hold us accountable to make sure that things are moving along, because that's an even more rigorous standard for them. But just not having a 5-year timeline, instead having a 1-year timeline, puts the board accountability, puts transparency. So if they're willing to have this way short cancellation termination clause, then, I mean, I don't see a downside to a 1-year.
Yeah. I appreciate that. The only thing that I would say is that the board, the way in which the board holds departments and functions accountable is through me, through my leadership, right? And so if there are some things that you want to require directly of me, whether it's quarterly, yearly, monthly, weekly updates on the progress, or there's some planned work sessions, that's the way in which accountability typically enters, not necessarily board straight to into the management area.
And I appreciate that, but here's what I'll say. I was not impressed with the two-page letter that we talked about months ago. I was not impressed, frankly, with the October report by Presidio that we were waiting for, and I expressed my concerns and all of the questions I had and the things that seemed to be lacking. And so I will say, and I mean no disrespect to Presidio, but so far I am not impressed enough to just say, have at it for 5 years. I appreciate the 30-year termination clause, but I have not seen work that makes me want to say, here's $60 million in a 5-year contract. So I'm going to ask the questions that I've already asked when it gets to that point, but I have not seen work that makes me thrilled. I also really want to get back to something that was said up here that suggests that Presidio had something to do with the 3 high schools. I have been hearing since before I got on the board of the 3 high schools being on the same timeline. It was in July.
We can go back into the board reports.
Well, I know that Jefferson was supposed to be done already. I understand that was not this board, but.
No, for fall 2029, that was not something that we knew in the summer.
That's correct.
Can I step in and clarify from a procedural legal posture? I understand there's a motion to amend a contract. That is not consistent with the purchase and contracting laws that we need to follow. This was a 5-year RFP. We went through a process. And so I just want to call out, if that's the direction, I think we need to have it be a direction that is given to go do another RFP for a year. I don't think we can, I want to just call that out and ask no. Nobody's suggesting that. Purchasing and contracting is a very complex area, and I want to let the board know it's uncomfortable to give legal advice off the cuff in a complex area, but I think that probably is a sufficiently significant term of the contract that we would need to assess and probably do another RFP. I'm saying probably, not to be certain, but I'm concerned that would be the case, hence the need to talk about whether that's what you really, I know that's what you intend. I just want to call that implication.
A resolution.
You cannot unilaterally amend a contract. It takes 2 people, right? And if we are going to significantly amend it by the way you've described it, I'm concerned we may need to do another RFP. I can't tell you for sure. I can try and get you an answer tonight, but probably not. I'm concerned that is significant enough, and I'm looking at my colleague to say whether or not we're both concerned about it. Yes, we're both concerned about that. That's the direction that would mean.
I'd like to call the question to vote on these amendments.
All right.
Christy's not here.
All right, we will now vote on this amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate your vote by saying yes.
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 All those opposed?
No.
No.
No. Thank you. The amendment did not pass by a vote of 5-2. All right, we are now back on Resolution 7216. Unless there's further discussion, I would like to call to vote on Resolution 7216.
I think we have questions. You want to go first?
Sure. I have questions. All right. So I am a lawyer. I know Director Sullivan said I'm not a lawyer. I read it. I could read it again and again and again. I am a lawyer, and the fact that this contract was provided to us on Wednesday before a holiday, and the questions that I sent out to the district, a lot of them bounced back saying, I'm out of the office until December 1st. I was doing this on my phone from afar out of town. And I got home Saturday, and at 2 in the morning on Sunday is when I finally got to sit down and really read this and really try to understand this as a lawyer and as a board member and as a parent who is going to be watching this happen to my tax dollars, your tax dollars, everyone's tax dollars. I tried to throw together as many questions as I could at 2 a.m, and then I tried to throw together more questions as they came to me. And as of about 3:30 today, I was still asking for answers to my questions, not because anyone was delaying, but because there was such a short timeline. I have practiced as a lawyer for almost 25 years, and if this happened in a case of mine, of any other lawyer in the city, where materials in a trial, materials in a motion were provided on such a short turnaround, there would be a legitimate motion in front of a judge. I have made hundreds of legitimate motions in front of judges to delay so that people have an opportunity to read properly and get questions answered. So I will start out by saying that at 2 a.m., and I appreciate the idea that we are a volunteer board and that nights and weekends are when we do our work, but 2 a.m. is not an appropriate time for someone to be up, awake, doing work because we just got it and we don't have the time to do it. It's just not. And I'm sorry if everyone wants to back ourselves into the idea that we have to do it, but we're not going to get good board candidates in the future if they're told they have to do things at 2 a.m. So now I will start with my questions, which are not going to be in any polite order because I've just thrown them together. My first question is, was a cost-benefit analysis conducted comparing in-house program management versus outsourced program management done? I'm not done. I'm taking a sip of water.
Sorry, for the sake of time, we want to make sure everyone goes through once, and then we're going to call the vote.
Okay, I will go through once, but I'm getting every question asked. How can we tell taxpayers that this contract reduces overhead if we never evaluated total cost during the procurement process? And as a lawyer, I did case law research, and there is case law out there where the entity was concerned that government jobs were being outsourced to private contractors under circumstances that either drove up costs for taxpayers or alternatively save money for taxpayers solely by sacrificing family wage jobs. So I will start by saying there is case law out there. There are Oregon statutes out there that says we should be trying to keep opportunities and jobs in-house for Oregon, for PPS. So with that, I have asked questions at 2 a.m. on Sunday. On Monday, I want to know how many PPS and OSM employees are going to be let go in this new scheme. I want to know, reading between the lines on page 9, which is the staffing and decision-making efficiency that was provided by Presidio, it suggests to me that many project managers will be let go if only one lead project manager is assigned per project. I would like a clear answer to how many OSM PPS staff project managers are going to be let go in implementing this recommendation specifically. Staffing plans on page 14 and 15 of this lineup. How do the staffing plans line up to OSM PPS's current staffing plans? I asked these questions Sunday night. I asked them again on Monday because they weren't answered. I was told that staffing decisions have not yet been made. I believe that a contract that says Presidio cannot be paid for OSM jobs means there is an incentive to not have OSM and PPS jobs and have them be Presidio jobs because then Presidio can get paid. So I want to know, how is the staffing going to be lined up before we give a contract away? And frankly, I think if we don't know the answer to that, we are opening ourselves up to litigation because there is case law out there saying we need to know what the in-house cost is. I would like to know on pages 17 to 19 of the Presidio report or whatever
Sorry,
it was.
just really quick, how many questions do you have?
I have a lot.
Okay.
I have a lot.
We didn't have any time.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm
I would like you to
talking
limit your
fast.
questions for if they're the questions that would actually affect your vote. So if
All
you're
of
asking
these
questions
affect
that
my
don't,
vote. All of them affect my vote.
If there's any circumstance we're going to vote yes tonight,
I would like to know on pages 17 to 19 why Presidio thought it was appropriate to bring forward ideas that were already brought to the FIO under the former board and were shot down as being nothing to consider, like the portables and the swing. I also would like to know why the shell idea, which has kids moving into, all of you who are potential Jefferson families should be wondering, why are we going to have kids moving into grounds 1 and 2 and then having construction on 3 and 4? That's loud, that's hard to learn in, it's impossible to be around. And also if 3 and 4 are the Science labs, how are you going to do science?
I'm sorry, I
Question
need to
vote
int-
again. These are questions that have been answered. We
Thank
need
you.
to
No,
vote
they're
on
not.
this.
No,
This
they
is grandstanding.
haven't. They have
The
not
last
been
one you
answered.
asked had been answered.
No.
It's in our documents. It has
And well,
Yes.
and to also continue the line of questioning, why do you need to know this? Because, again, there's two things that are kind of make me uncomfortable specifically. A, the board is not involved in personnel issues. And so when we're asking about how staffing and personnel happen, that's not our purview. So knowing the answer to that really, well, we shouldn't know the answer to that. And number two, when we're looking at, for example, plans like, for example, the Shell project and stuff like that, what are we going to do about it? Right? Because it's not our purview to figure out how to build a high school.
We're talking about the first report that they gave us. And
That
is
was a
it
long time
impossible?
ago.
No, it wasn't that long ago. It was a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Well, we have a call to vote. So I am calling to the vote.
I would like to remove my abstention from voting.
Thank you. All right. We are now voting on Resolution 7216, expenditure contracts that exceed $150,000 for delegation of authority. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Thank you. All opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
No. Sorry, I was trying to decide. I don't have enough information, but I have been blocked from getting information, so I'm voting no.
Okay, so we've got
Thank
Same.
you.
I support the process.
Representative Rototo?
It's too fast.
For the same reasons as Director Engelsman, no.
Thank you. Resolution 7216 has passed with a vote of 5-2, with Student Representative Rototo voting no. Thank you, everyone. This has been a long discussion. I am granting a 5-minute break. Let's be back here at 9. I can't add 53. Or sorry, 8:53. Not a 1-hour break, a 5-minute break. All right, next up. It's almost 9. We need to get moving. Next up, we have the resolution authorizing superintendent to complete the acquisition of real property for the Center for Black Student Excellence. At our last work session, we had an opportunity to receive an update on the due diligence report on the One North building and have time to ask staff questions. We also had a chance to hear more about the programming plan. For this item tonight, I also want to begin with public comment before we head into any board discussion. I want to acknowledge that we have more than the customary 3 people sign up to speak because it's such a big deal. I extended it to 4 slots. And also, again, like I said before, it is customary practice when elected officials want to speak that we make slots for them as well. This includes our former board members. So let's get started. Ms. Bradshaw, who do we have up for public comment?
Oh, sorry, I don't know why I was doing that. We have Representative Travis Nelson, Aaron Frazier, and Joe McFerrin for the first round.
Thank you. You may begin started. I think you know the rules, and it's good to see you.
Good to see you all. It's a little weird being on this side of things. Usually, I'm up on the dais. Good evening, Chair Wang, Vice Chair DePass, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Travis Nelson. I'm the state representative for House District 44, representing North and Northeast Portland in the state legislature. I would like to express my support for PPS completing the purchase of the One North building for the Center for Black Student Excellence. Public trust. It's at an all-time low. People are tired and frustrated with government officials who say all the right things but don't follow through in the end. not only does that frustration and lack of trust impact our ability at the state level to garner the buy-in necessary to direct all the resources that are required to transform Oregon's education system, but it also reaches down to affect children of all backgrounds who are watching to see if government and policy is something worth paying attention to. This school board made a promise to students, families, educators, and taxpayers 5 years ago to open the Center for Black Student Excellence. And as I understand it, because of the hard work and deep investment of community partners and district staff over the years, all the pieces are aligned for us to actually get this done now. That's fantastic, because our kids deserve adults who are willing to move fast and act decisively in order to drastically improve their outcomes and their lives. I urge this body, not just as a representative of this community, but as a nurse who was once a young Black boy and knows how deeply education impacts future outcomes. As a person who knows how difficult it is for parents to find and access the resources they need for their children, and perhaps most importantly, as your constituent, I believe it's extremely important to quickly acquire a site for the CBSE. Our kids deserve it, and our state's education system needs it. The CBSE is not just this district's, but our state's opportunity to demonstrate that when we do invest unapologetically in our youth, when we innovate and iterate with the communities we serve, we can transform the lives of our children, which in turn transforms the future of our city and our state. I urge you to pass this resolution to fulfill the promises made to voters and to Portland's Black community. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Wong, Vice Chair DePass, Mike.
Hit the button.
It says the mic is always on. Okay. Let me try that again. Good evening, Chair Wong, Vice Chair DePass, members of the PPS Board, and Superintendent Armstrong. My name is Joe McFerrin II, President and CEO of POIC, home of the Rosemary Anderson Prep, and a Grant High School alum class of 1987. I'm here tonight to urge you to approve Resolution 7215, authorizing the superintendent to complete the acquisition of real property for the Center for Black Student Excellence. Cultural education hubs like the CBSE play a vital role in the academic success of Black children and truly all children. Research consistently shows that when students see their culture reflected in their learning environment, they feel valued, engaged, and motivated. For Black students in particular, affirming racial identity isn't just about pride. It is directly linked to stronger academic outcomes. Culturally responsive programs increase participation, build confidence, and help close achievement gaps. These hubs provide safe, affirming spaces where students can connect their lived experience to their academic content. They build resilience, foster critical thinking and creativity, and nurture leadership. In short, cultural education hubs don't just teach culture, they strengthen the foundation for academic success. Why One North and why now? Nearly 40% of PPS Black students attend school within 3.5 miles of One North, and more than 900 students are within a 5-minute walk or 10-minute bike ride. I spent the first 10 years of my life just 2 blocks from the property, so I know firsthand the significance of place in shaping opportunity. Albina Vision Trust is leading the nation's largest restorative redevelopment effort. They recently opened their first 94-unit family-focused affordable housing development and is within walking distance of One North, with plans to welcome 3,000 additional working-class residents to Lower Albina in the next 5 to 7 years. And finally, as we've heard, in 2020, 75% of Portland voters approved $60 million for the Center of Black Student Excellence. Locating the CBSE at One North will require only a fraction of investment, representing responsible, which we heard a lot about just a little while ago, community-aligned stewardship of taxpayer dollars. I strongly encourage you to vote yes on Resolution 7215 and support the purchase of One North, a place where our children can learn, grow, and prepare to lead here in Portland and across the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you asking me to call JT?
Yes.
We do have JT Flowers virtually.
Yeah.
We can't hear you though. I want everybody to know he can't hear you at all. It's like a weird perk. So we can't hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear y'all. Yep.
Oh, there we go. There you are. But I just want the crowd to know that he can't hear. It's a weird thing.
Okay.
We'd like to hear from the baby.
This is Redemption. Am I good to speak? Yes. Okay. For the record, my name is JT Flowers. This is my son, Redemption Flowers. We are both born and raised in the same zip code, 97211. You know, before I start speaking, I think it's important for us to address something as a collective. One thing I heard, just a few minutes ago, listening to the deliberation on the last resolution that was up for consideration, was the notion that the group of people gathered in this room do not represent the public. And I think that cuts to the core of exactly what we are here to address today as Black children who have known no other home but this place, as Black folks who have been forced to dream of futures in a city that has systemically failed to see us not only as equal, but as whole, as capable, as excellent. Nothing could be more important than the matter before your consideration today. I won't, for the sake of redundancy, cover all the reasons why this particular site at One North is so opportune, but I will speak really briefly to the moment that we're in, not only as a city, but as a nation. And in order to do so, I'd really love to share a poem by Octavia Butler that was shared with me by our executive director at the Albina Vision Trust, Ms. Winter Johannes, a little bit earlier today. That poem says, "All that you touch, you change. All that you change, changes you. The only lasting truth is change. God is change. As I said, our city is changing, and so too is the heart of Lower Albina. You have the Albina Vision Trust stewarding, as my old third grade basketball coach, Coach Joe McFerrin, said, the largest community-led development in the entire United States of America. You have the Williams and Russell CDC overseeing $120 million worth of redevelopment in the heart of our historic home. You have SEI, who is moving into the development of housing on top of the incredible work they do in education. You have, of course, the work that Joe and POIC do. You have the work that the 1803 Fund is doing to pioneer the way we think of Black-led finance and community-led development. And most importantly, at the crux of all of this, we have an opportunity to pioneer the first entity of its kind on a national level a center that says resolutely and resoundingly to not just kids like me who are already in the working stage of their lives, but kids like him who have to look up, open their eyes, and learn what it means to either be accepted or rejected by this city, to say to these next generation of children that they matter in the most robust way possible. That is what you're voted on today. Seems like a real estate deal, but it is so much more. And with that, I'm getting the Oscars music. So I'll cut off the remarks and say that we thank you for your time. We emphasize that the group of people standing before you are indeed constitutive of the broader public. And it's important that you see us and recognize us as such through voting yes on this measure before you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I heard somebody say I am not 3/5. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me. My name is Aaron Frazier, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Black Excellence. As you all well know, this is a project that has been long coming, and I don't just mean since 2020. I mean that it has been coming since Black folks dreamt freedom dreams and traversed from the Jim Crow South across a very, very difficult terrain because they hoped that when they got here, something better would be for them. And then they got here, where while it was beautiful and fresh and there was the possibility of freedom, it was also illegal and punishable by public lashing to be both Black and in residence for more than 3 consecutive years. That is what we have been building from ever since to get to this moment. And what I want to make clear is that the Center for Black Student Excellence is not just about space, although space is important, right? Place is what makes communities opportunities to be with one another, to learn intergenerationally, to see the place where your grandparents grew up and your father played basketball. That matters. But that's not all that this is about, because we're together in this room as the public. The CBSE isn't just about history, though we stand on the shoulders of giants, one of whom this building is named after, several of whom will be honored in the naming of the center at One North. But you all, what we are talking about is the future. We are talking about a future in which Black children are invested in ways that no one ever has through public infrastructure anywhere at any time in this country. And I've talked to you all a lot about the perspective, about the reasons that this is cost effective, about the reasons it's the right location, about the reasons that the place matters to people here, about how important it is that you keep your promises. But I also want to talk to you about the precipice on which Portland currently stands, to be transformative, not just in this city and not just in this region, but in the country and in the world. I read every week in the Oregonian, in the Willamette Week, about how Portland is on the decline, about how people are leaving, about how we have to find a way to make this a place that people want to be. But what I'm here to say is that I chose to be here. I think that man has left with Presidio, but he chose to be here, and he chose to be here for these projects, for this work, for this once in a generation opportunity to invest, not just in a center, not just in Black children and Black families and Black educators, but y'all, the opportunity to invest in the transformation of an entire city. And that is what we need to vote yes on tonight. It is your opportunity as board members to be a part of that, rather than detractors from it. And I urge you to take that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradshaw, can you call up the next round?
Gary Hollins, Herman Green, and Dr. Andy Schultz.
Hollins, Green, and Saltz. He still gets five closes.
You got to do that in 3 minutes, though, so just so you know.
You got it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
For the record, my name is Andy Saltz. The last name is S-A-U-L-T-Z. Chair Wang, Vice Chair DePass, members of the board, Superintendent Armstrong, members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to talk about Resolution 7215, authorizing the purchase of the One North Complex and the Center for Black Student Excellence. My name is Andy Saltz, and I'm the Dean of the Graduate School of Education and Counseling at Lewis and Clark. I started my career as a high school social studies teacher. I served on a school board in Michigan. I'm the proud parent of a 4th and a 2nd grader. I study education policy, focusing on how to make educational systems more equitable across racial and socioeconomic subgroups. For my 21 years as an educator, I know the importance of serving kids in a holistic way. The Center for Black Student Excellence vision outlines important supports for academic, career, artistic, family wellness, community gathering, and mental health services. I've seen firsthand how building these wraparound services provides a trauma-informed approach, leading to increases in attendance, sense of belonging, and ultimately academic outcomes. A key variable in academic outcomes is learning and support outside of the classroom. Dr. Gloria Ladson-Billings developed a theory called education debt, which describes the impact on kids living in poverty and Black and brown kids of a public education system that has historically under-resourced these communities. Dr. Sonia Douglas, Dr. Mohammed Khalifa, and Dr. Sean Reardon all show how policymakers have exacerbated the racial opportunity gaps by the choices they have made, particularly with funding. They all call for a bold, targeted approach to rectify the systemic inequities built in our system. In my 17 years as a policy researcher, I've learned that a targeted approach, particularly for historically marginalized groups, is more effective than marginal increases in the general fund. In other words, the more specific you can get in policy about which group of students will get what intervention, the more likely the policy is to work. The One North Complex creates the infrastructure that PPS students need to have in this more targeted approach. In my experience, this singular focus is preferable than distributing the money across the district. As a community member who grew up here, I feel a sense of urgency. We know our kids deserve better, and we know we have to act now. We have been talking about making this investment for long enough. As an educator, researcher, parent, and community member, I am inspired by the community coming together over the last few years to acknowledge that our current system needs to change to better serve Black kids. Today marks an important time to move from talking about creating change to doing it. The Center for Black Student Excellence is the change we need, and I urge you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you to the educators, the administrators, the school board members, and the community members for all coming together to create change that matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. So I'm gonna just start off with a quote from Maya Angelou, and I think this is actually the perfect timing. I come as one, but I stand as 10,000. And when we look out to this crowd, that probably represents about the population of the city of Portland. Tonight, I carry the voice of generations who have been waiting for a truly transformational moment, an intentional investment from PPS in our children. The potential for the Center for Student Excellence is tremendous. And yet, before a single dollar has been spent, it has already faced ridicule, disdain, and a level of scrutiny I have not seen directed at any project in this district. And despite all of that, our community is still here. We're still advocating, we're still pushing, we're still fighting for what's right for our kids. The vitriol on social media, combined with the tone and framing of coverage from the Oregonian editorial board, Willamette Week's reporters, is a reminder of the deep-rooted racial undertones that continue to exist in this city. Undertones that's often cloaked in journalism and free speech. We hear board members say the questions raised about projects are about fiscal responsibility and duty. But those same questions have not been asked on other major modernization projects. And so I ask, why do fiscal responsibility only become a priority when it's the project center for CBSE? And I don't just say that just to say it, I come with facts. November 4th, board meeting, there was an issue around Ida B. Wells modernization. No detailed questions about long-term operational costs. October 14th, and you can go look at the video. October 14th, it was two modernizations came up. There was not one question around operational costs or how some of the additional features on some of these schools that was not there before, how they would be paid for, or how the maintenance or upkeep comes. Not one question. That same day, you guys had the board member stipend. No question about the cost, despite a significant budget deficit. No one said anything about where it's coming from, where the trade-offs are, and none of that. I didn't hear any of that. So when I come and say, well, why is this so a priority now? This is why, because I don't see it. Whether it's conscious or unconsciously, this pattern creates barriers. It's a signal that PPS is not prepared to shift its culture. Indeed, we see an old pattern, usually in the language of accountability and transparency, selectively, and often only when discussed initiatives that supports Black students. Policies originally created to protect people of color are now being used to slow or block their progress. Let me be clear. The Center for Black Student Excellence is not a building. It's not just a building, it's a reckoning, it's a correction, it's an opportunity to address the decades of underinvestment, underperformance that this district has placed on Black students. Our students will be future leaders and innovators in this city and beyond. They will succeed, they will thrive, and we are committed to ensuring that happens. For decades, our youth have struggled, and we have not seen many of these same voices stepping up to tutor, mentor, volunteer, or offer meaningful support. Yet now, when the Black community proposes a solution, everyone suddenly has an opinion. So let me be clear and answer some of the questions that have been asked. Who's going to pay? I got you. I got my wrapping it up. Who will pay for operational costs? Who will pay for basically for the Center for Student Excellence? Simple question. PPS will, just like they pay for every other program that is a priority for this district. Just like they pay for teacher salaries when budget time comes up and we have to give them more money. Just like we pay for any other programs that happen. Comes out of the budget. Simple. And to do anything less than that is a disservice to our kids. And I'm gonna stop here. And I want to remind staff, do not let headlines or commentary on Facebook to distract you from your mission. You are the ones in the schools every day working tirelessly to build better futures for our children. Stay focused, stay committed. Thank you.
Thank you.
This would be simple. Good evening, everyone. I'm so glad to be back here. I'm Herman Green, Greene. I'm gonna start off by saying this. For far too long, the Black community in Portland has not been accepted. We've been tolerated. And let's be honest, tolerance is the lowest possible bar. Tolerance means we'll let you stay as long as you don't ask for too much. Tolerance means you can exist but not be centered. Tolerance means we'll talk equity, but we won't invest in it. Acceptance means, and I mean true acceptance means, you are seen, you are valued, you are invested in, and you are trusted. Tonight, I believe PPS has to decide which side of the line it chooses to stand on. In 2020, nearly 75% of voters said yes to invest $60 million into a Center of Black Student Excellence. Not a study, not a promise, a building, a permanent home, a visible anchor in the historic heart of Black Portland. And that wasn't a whisper, it was a mandate. But what have we done with it? We've delayed it. We've questioned it. We've picked it apart. Meanwhile, our black students continue to face the same gaps that come from generations of underfunding and broken promises. And now we finally have a path forward, the One North building. Already approved for $16 million, far below the voter authorized amount. And this is the first real step toward honoring what the people demanded. But let me speak plainly about that as well. Every time this project gets slowed down, doubted, or debated more harshly than any other investment, white supremacy is at work. And not the loud kind, not the headline kind. I'm talking about the subtle kind, the kind that hides behind questions and concerns and process, the kind that shows up in backroom meetings and quiet resistance when we've got a black woman leading with courage, clarity, and competence. And so let me be clear again and say what must be said. White supremacy feels subtle to the people doing it, but it is deafening to the black community that's receiving it. And we recognize it immediately because we've lived with it for many generations. And we see it now when our black superintendent, I love you, girl, one of the few black women to ever lead her major district, is met not with partnership, but with undermining. When her expertise is doubted, her leadership is questioned, her vision slowed at every turn. That is not accountability. That is the pattern as old as this country itself. And this moment, this vote, this is your part of that same story. Because the Center for Black Student Excellence is not just a nice thing to have. It's an overdue repayment. It's a correction. It's a promise made by the people of Portland and a promise this district morally is obligated to fulfill. And the research is clear. When black students thrive, the system thrives. When black students are affirmed, all rise for all students. Investment in black communities is not a threat, it's a multiplier. So tonight, the question is simple. Will PPS honor the will of the people? Will PPS honor the dignity of black families? Will PPS stop tolerating us and start accepting us? If you've already voted yes, if that's what you're thinking about doing, then I want to say thank you. If not, then let this be the night that you grow a backbone, get a spine. Let tonight be the night you reject the politics of delay, the comfort of neutrality, and the quiet sabotage of black progress. Let tonight be the night that you say, we will not keep repeating history. We will not keep making promises we don't intend to keep. We will not keep tolerating injustice polished in language. So vote yes, vote boldly, and vote without apology, because the future of our district will not be built on tolerance. It will be built on acceptance, investment, and justice, and the full excellence of our black children leading the way. Thank you.
That's my God.
Thank you, thank you. Really good to see both of you, former directors. So thank you for that. And
Thank you for that.
Dr. Saltz as well. And we will now move on to Dr. Armstrong, if you can please introduce this item.
Yeah, absolutely. And I originally had many words planned to just really signify how special this moment is for all those who have brought word. But I actually want to acknowledge staff like Dana from Real Estate. And I would love for Nicole Watson to come forward. And we also have and we also have someone who took this baby of a vision and grew it into something great. And I would love for her to be at the dais while this vote happens, and that's Camille. Come on, Camille. Come on down.
Come on, Camille.
Come on.
Come get your flowers.
So when I think of Black excellence, I think of those two ladies right there. Thank you for your service and your leadership. And with that, board, I'm turning it back over to you. I would love for you all to stay for the vote. Yes.
Thank you. Well, let's put this on the table. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7215, resolution authorizing the superintendent to complete the acquisition of real property for the Center for Black Student Excellence?
So moved.
Give you one a second. Director Chase Miller and Director Sullivan moves. Director DePass seconds. Breaking protocol a little bit today. Board questions, discussion, comments?
I would like to start by clarifying a prior statement. I'm going to ask you guys to hear me out here. So, previously I said, you are not the public. Now, I apologize for this statement because what I mean to say is that we are all members of one public, and that as participants in a democracy, we must be mindful of every single member, because as Superintendent Armstrong says, together we rise. And literally the only reason I voted no at the end of that vote was because I was concerned that perhaps there were some members of the public who wished to be heard. And so I would like to make that clear, especially as it pertains to this issue, because the public has been very clear on this issue. I have received probably over 100 emails over just Thanksgiving break talking about just how just an outpouring of support for the CBSE and for going through with this plan. Because, again, and I have seen a few members of the public, a few, who are against this proposal, but the largest thing that I have seen is, why are we doing this during a budget deficit? To which we have all, members of this board have all said many times, this money was allocated, we have the money, it's under budget, and so and so we've already all talked about this at our last meeting. If you're interested or think that more things want to be said, go watch that last meeting. It was interesting. But the due diligence has been done. I think almost all of us have said our piece. We've heard from the community. I think the only question that needs to be answered throughout this discussion is whether or not this building is better than any other building for the CBSE. And I think that we've already answered that. We've already had that discussion. So I would ask that we get this done tonight.
Director Sullivan.
Yeah, I wrote something up. After Dr. Green, though, it's going to seem kind of blah. But anyway, here goes. I ran for a position on the board because of a question put to me at a Surge meeting. The question was, how can you make a difference in your community in serving the needs of an underserved population? If you don't know, Surge stands for Showing Up for Racial Justice. It is a group of white privileged people who want to support the Black and brown community by asking them what they need and how we as Surge members can help. I was at the time mostly concerned with being sure that a person with right-wing politics did not get a place on the school board. That turned out not to be a great concern in Portland. However, at this moment, I think that showing up to support the wishes and needs of the Black community is important. I may not think that One North is the best location for the center, but the majority of the Black community does think so. And I support the reasoning that led me to the board in the first place. Ask the people most involved and try to deliver on their wishes. I don't think anyone thinks that One North is perfect. It almost seemed so before we found out how much work needs to be done. However, even with the added costs, we are still operating below the bond amount. As many emails supporting One North have said, don't let perfection be the enemy of good. I ran across some other quotes regarding waiting for perfection that fit in with this discussion, and I found them in the horoscope. I always look at all my kids and see how it fits with them. And this was under Leo. It says, perfection is self-abuse of the highest order. Striving for perfection is demoralizing. Perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we can catch excellence. I think that the purchase of One North is a necessary step in catching the excellence that we want for our community. We obviously need a yes.
I would just like to quickly echo that. As I said last meeting, as I will say again this meeting, we must never let perfection be the enemy of the good, because I completely agree that this building isn't perfect, and I don't think anyone would say that. But no building is, and no program is. There's no way to do the CBSE perfectly. But this is pretty dang good as it comes. So for those reasons, I suspect I will be voting yes on this matter.
You suspect.
Dr. Engelson?
Thank you. I wasn't going to address this, but I want to now. a lot of maybe people don't realize, but there are a lot of questions submitted by some board members behind the scenes. We send them to our board liaison, who then directs them to the correct place in the district. I'm very grateful for it. We'll engage in answering those questions, and some of them feel out of left field. Other ones are specific to some of the criticism that we face. And so I want you to know, as I said I would do on everything, some of the questions that I've asked include, what's the operating cost of our largest high school, middle school, elementary school? By operating costs, I mean utilities, maintenance, and security. What other commercial properties do we have? I understand we own Riverdale, we rent that out. Are there others? What are the operating costs, utilities, maintenance, security of Riverdale and other commercial tenant properties? For my own edification, I'd love a list of the buildings we own and rent out to others. I'm not including buildings we have students in, but maybe rent space to others. I'm wondering about all the other places we have commercial landlords of a building that we don't use otherwise. Apparently I couldn't write then. I would also, so to everyone who says I'm only asking these questions about this, please know that I'm not. You're just not seeing it because it's not happening in the public forum. Well, then you didn't get it yet because it's there. I will forward you the email. I will forward you the email. I will send it. I also, so the other thing I want to say is that there were two issues that I was worried about, and I expressed being worried about them. The first being the operating costs. They concerned me, and I'm allowed to express concern. We're allowed to have different concerns and different thoughts and different processes as we get where we need to get. And so I want to say I'm very grateful because the district engaged in what I think is a really important thing for the district to engage in, which is conversation behind the scenes, answering questions of all of the board members that are submitting the questions. And so I submitted questions about how are we going to cover the operating costs for each year. And there are a lot of Portlanders out there who have these similar concerns. And so I'm very grateful that the district, because I said, what's the plan for covering the operating costs of anywhere between $300,000 to $700,000 a year? And the answer, which is great, and I want everyone who has these same concerns to hear, is operational costs during the procurement and improvement period may be charged to the bond fund. Upon completion, operating costs will be distributed to tenants and/or partnership agreements. Residual costs will be charged to any specific grants or donations raised for that purpose and/or the current operation budget. So to me, the question that I raised, and I had concerns about, it's a big check. I feel comfortable that our community can know that the operational budgets for this building are not going to take away from our students in our classrooms. So it's a check for me. The second thing that came up at 2 a.m. when I was reading the staff memo about One North, and we were assured previously that there would be no property tax liability on this building. And at 2 a.m, I saw that we were going to have some property tax liability. And I got really nervous because that's more money potentially that the district is going to have to take out from another bucket. And I got scared. And I know that there are a lot of people out there who probably would have the same concern if they'd seen these documents. I don't know if they did. And so I asked, we were assured that there is no property tax liability to PPS for owning One North. The staff memo says the opposite through the end of June 2026. How much will PPS be responsible for, and how will that be covered? And then I quoted the staff memo, which I don't need to read here. And then I was answered, again, I'm grateful to the district for answering questions. It is important that our board is not asking questions because we are a separate entity from everything else, and we're supposed to be asking these questions. And the answer was, we apologize for the misstatement about the property tax liability. This was not in a public meeting. This was something that I was told. We relied on outside expertise on that point and did not understand that it applied beginning the next tax year, which is not January 1st, which is July 1st. The estimated PPS tax liability from close through June 30th, 2026 is estimated to be $115,000. It will be paid at closing with bond funds, so it will not come out of student-facing classroom costs. These two questions were so critical to me because I did not want to see our classrooms that are already losing so much all over the district have to be part of a budget cycle and a budget conversation that we're going to have in the spring and figure out what are we going to cut because we have to pay a property tax liability that we didn't think we were going to have to pay. So the first thing that got me where I am tonight is the district being willing to answer our questions. The second thing that got me where I am tonight, and I want to really call out Director Splitt, because in November 18th, when I called in, Director Splitt said a lot of things that sat with me. Specifically, I think her comment was, You're the Alvina vision. I trust you. So I'm grateful for you and your comments. I also want to take this opportunity to say what did not help me get where I got tonight. And it's not the jeering. It's not the public comments that are sort of behind the scenes, but targeted inconspicuously at certain people. It's not the questions that we face when we're asking questions about why we're asking questions. None of that helps. In fact, it can hinder someone getting where they need to get and asking the questions they need to get. And so I implore everyone going forward to know two things about me, about your other board members, but certainly about me. I'm going to ask, obviously I'm asking these questions, and I will forward you my email, and you can have an IT person confirm its reliability. I'm going to ask these questions about everything, but two, we have got to maintain professionalism because we don't get anywhere when people feel small for having a different opinion. So please just let us ask our questions and let us get where we need to be. So thank you.
I want to give you two time because you put so much work into this and it's so appreciated. I would love to hear from both of you, Camille and Nicole. No? I don't want to put you on the spot.
I would encourage it too, just because the work, it's not just the amount of work, the quality of work that you put in, the time, how many, over 100 engagements. I remember going to one all-day Saturday at Grant High School. They were all over the place. The care and attention you put into putting a document together with staff, the community engagements you've done, Nicole, getting people riled up in support is really important. It's important for people to hear that maybe weren't here.
Good evening, directors. Dr. Armstrong, I love you down. Wow, this has been a really long road. I think the one thing that I'll say about this process and about the way that I govern my life is by the time I get to the end of my days, I want to leave empty. And so for the 6 years that I served in PPS, I emptied myself for this district, for our children, for our community. And I stand on the shoulder of giants. There were a lot of community members that I leaned on. A lot of prayers, a lot of words of encouragement, a lot of partnership from people in this room and beyond. Whew. I'm honored. I'm honored. I want to shout out another woman that is very special to this process. Ms. Rukaya Adams, wherever you are. It was in an act of courage to bring the idea, the concept to this school board that I even had the opportunity to steward the project for the time that I did. And so there are so many people, Dr. Cheryl Proctor, wherever you are, girl, was also really instrumental in getting this done. So honestly, for everybody who sent in a note, who attended an engagement, who stayed a late night, who hugged my neck, who had a dream, who lended me their hope, I'm grateful to you all. And let's get it done.
Good evening, Chair Wong, Vice Chair DePass, Board Directors, and Superintendent Armstrong. I want to, this was a bit unexpected. So I will start by in gratitude, and I know that I have shouted out the work that Camille has done, the legacy that she has led and left, and I'm so grateful. I'm grateful to sit next to you. I'm grateful to, like I said in our last board meeting, hit a home run from third base, and you made it easy. The systems are what make it hard. And so I just want to acknowledge community tonight, not just for being here this evening, but for the consistent and steady being here. And whether that's being here in community or whether that's being here in this boardroom, your presence is indelible. It is an impact that it is what guides this work. And I know Camille understands my pain sometimes because the systems can be ornery. Our systems can be stubborn. But our systems are upheld by people. And if people can uphold the system, then people can change the system. And what we are doing tonight, as former board director Green shared and Hollins shared, that this is legacy work. And so I implore us to think about not just this moment, but also tomorrow, because that's really when the real work will begin, which is dreaming and ideating about an innovative space of what our system and our center will be. For each of you tonight, as our board directors, I have walked the space with you. We have touched that soil together. And while I know that there is a bit of angst and a bit of uncertainty, what I deeply appreciate is the fact that you trust the community that is sitting before you to tell you what they need and to tell you what they want. And I guarantee you that us as a staff will not let this fail. We will not let this fail because this is our legacy and these are our babies and this is our community. And the thing that I hope you take with you is that you belong in that too. And that what we are doing, while it might be the leader shepherding the work, it is also you all at that front line as well. And so I recognize how in anguish this decision has left you. I deeply appreciate the trust. I appreciate the latitude, and I appreciate the moment that is before us tonight. And I hope that as community sits in this space, that y'all show up tomorrow and that we get to envision and dream and ideate together with some food and some childcare and some interpreters and all of those things. And I hope that we just recognize how important the decision is in front of us tonight. And what we're ultimately upholding is an acknowledgement of healing, of reconciliation and repair that is long, long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the only other thank you, ladies. Like I said, no, you all are going to stay for this vote because I'm just so proud of you. And I also want to say that I appreciate you all mentioning that this is the start of the work. And to Director Engelsman, I would hope that you all never apologize for doing the business of the board. This is your business meeting, and so we're here to be responsive, ask questions, and all of the things that you all need to do to function as high-performing board directors. So I just want to acknowledge that. I hear your call, I hear your plea, and we are here to be responsive of that and to serve in that way. So we're excited to get to a decision so that we can celebrate and begin the other 75% of our meeting tonight.
Good God. I'm going to be extremely fast. I think a lot of people saw tonight that I was upset. I'm still not talking great. I guess we've hit my tolerance for drama a little earlier, I think, and I just couldn't take it. But I wanted you to know that it has nothing to do with this vote. This vote is pure joy. I'm very excited to make it. So if you have seen me be upset, I just want to make sure for the public that you know it had nothing to do with this vote. And I stayed because I want to be here to vote yes, strongly. So thank you for everybody for staying.
I would, Director LaForte.
Can I say one thing about the atrium, which Dr. Armstrong just reminded me? So one of the other things that came up, I think you mentioned at one of the meetings, and I mentioned it, was this beautiful atrium that Nicole Watson showed us, and everybody like felt the joy in that we might lose it. And so you just reminded me that one of the questions I asked was, are we going to lose this atrium? And again, for everyone listening who was worried about losing the atrium, I asked this of the district, and the answer was yes. The current working plan assumes we retain the atrium. I'm done. I just wanted you to know.
I don't need the muscle.
Director LaForge.
Okay, so I just want to echo what Ian said a little bit and clarify what I said earlier. When I said that this is not the public, I mean this room. So when you sit up here, you got to realize it's not easy. It gets nerve-wracking. It's been a highly charged night. When I say that, I mean all 650,000 people in Portland. So, you know, I have to trust that you'll believe me, and, you know, I hope that's the case. But I wanted to say, I have my own, like, albino journey that is really important to me that I wanted to share. But first of all, I just want to say for Aaron and Nicole and Gary and Herman and Camille, you all taken the time to talk to me and answer a lot of questions, and your passion is truly what made me believe that this will work. I believe you, and I know that you can tell that I ask a lot of questions, I turn over a lot of rocks, I can be a skeptic, but your words and your work truly, I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. I feel like I'm hijacking it. I'm not trying to, have really moved me. And about, 7 or 8 years ago, when Harriet Tubman Middle School was getting ready to reopen, I was really against it because of its location on the freeway. I worked in the neighborhood. I live on Fremont Street. I know the area really well, and I was really worried about the health impacts on the kids, and worked. And I'm not making this about me. I'm going somewhere with this. I worked really hard with some great people in OSM and district leadership, and to form the Environmental Technical Advisory Committee that hired OSU to do the air quality study that you probably have read 1,000 times now. But one of the most proud moments, I learned about Albina that way. That's why it was important to me, like what the history was, what redlining is, where it mattered, where it was. And because of that, like I understand how important that location is. I understand when I drive by a vacant lot, like it makes me angry. Like I'll never understand, but I am highly aware. And one of the proudest moments I've ever had as a mom was my son coming home from his AP seminar, African diaspora class, with a paper on environmental racism that heavily cited that study that resulted in the air filtration system. And he had no idea our connection to it. And I was just so proud of it. And I'm so proud to be able to sit up here tonight, and I'm going to vote yes, and I just feel like it's an honor. And I hope you'll let me volunteer. I live right down the street, and I just, you know, I'm excited that the location is where it is in particular, and I'm just so impressed and amazed and excited. And Christy, you know, you reminded me that I can have some trust now and then. And so, yeah, I'm excited. So, thank you.
I'd like to follow up on some of what Dr. Armstrong said. But before that, on the point about volunteering, hit me up. I'll be in college when this thing opens, but nowhere that's not more than a 3-hour drive away. So I want to be there when this thing opens, because I am really excited for what we can do with this. But I wanted to follow up on what Dr. Armstrong said about asking questions, because it is hard. It feels like a not yet, you know, to a question that, you know, that many of you guys have been asking for over 10 years, you know. But we're doing this, and we want to make sure that when we do this right, so that we're not serving our community, and specifically our Black community, today, tomorrow, this year, or next year, but forever. Right. And the questions and the physical questions that were asked at this table tonight, 2 weeks ago and the weeks before that, are a part of that. And I'm super, super happy to hear that all of those questions about financials have come back, you know, in the positive, because that means that we are going to be able to buy this place, we're going to be able to run this place, and we're going to be able to keep it running for hopefully as long as this board exists. So that is why I'll be voting yes.
I want to start by saying how special it is to me that my sister, Nicole, has been so instrumental in bringing this work to life. We were students at Beaumont together, and it is beautiful to be in this moment, in this space, seeing this dream come to fruition. So I want to hold space for that. I'm gonna get academic for a moment. In The Souls of Black Folk, W.E.B. Du Bois wrote about the concept of a double consciousness, the sense of seeing oneself through the eyes of others and clocking the conflict between their perception of you and your own reality and sense of self, and about the internal war that creates. I felt that going to school in PPS every day as a child, even as a little light-skinned mixed girl, as do Black kids all over the city. Then, now, in my parents' generation, I cannot count the number of experiences I had in school that were diminishing to my sense of self. And I say that knowing that I, looking as I do, had it easier than a lot of my peers. It wasn't until I grew up and went to college in a community where white people were the minority that I learned what it felt like to exist outside of the weight and judgment of the white gaze, to breathe freely. And that was when I realized how incredibly heavy a thing it is for a child to carry. Our children, Black children, need spaces where they can exist just as themselves and be seen and affirmed and loved fully for every part of who they are. I hear people urging us to slow down, even though it has been 5 years since voters chose to authorize $60 million to be spent on the Center for Black Student Excellence. I hear people suggesting that this is not the correct location, even though it is in the heart of the historic home of Black Portland. So much of the rest of the neighborhood has been transformed by gentrification, and I find it interesting that yet again, we have to fight to occupy space in the neighborhood that white Portland once abandoned and where Black Portland created beloved community. I hear people suggesting that this is not the right building, that the CBSE should be dispersed across the city, as we were displaced and dispersed across the city as a people. It's almost like they fear us so much in numbers that they have to relegate us to the numbers. As I've prepared for this meeting, I've thought a lot about a childhood friend of mine from elementary school. We went to Alameda together, so we were just among a handful of Black kids in our grade in the school. He was one of the few Black boys in our school. And I remember 3rd grade, he was in the class across the hall from mine. And too often, when I left the classroom for a drink of water or to use the bathroom, I would see him sitting on the floor outside of his classroom, where his teacher had sent him to sit, doing nothing, depriving him of the right to access his education. Because in the eyes of his teacher and our white classmates, he was seen as a bad kid. I was in 3rd grade, and even then, I knew that he wasn't a bad kid, but that he was a Black kid in a cultural context that didn't see him as a whole person. I knew that he was sitting on the floor outside his classroom instead of behind his desk where he belonged because he was a Black kid and not because he was a bad kid. Unfortunately, he followed the path that was predetermined for him by his school, by his teacher, by this city, who did not see his excellence or value his gifts. He is no longer with us, but tonight I am proud to vote with my friends on my heart for the purchase for the Center of Black Student Excellence, and I'll conclude my remarks with the words of Fannie Lou Hamer. Until we own the ground we stand on, we will not possess the future we dream of. Let's go.
I don't want to follow that. Thank you for sharing that. I also went to school at PPS here and am one of those people whose grandparents descended here right on Williams Avenue One is far away, grandparent as far away as Panama after having won the lottery. The other side from New Orleans, having fled Jim Crow South for a job here where they could envision a better life. And I still live in this community. And so I'm an enthusiastic vote yes for this too. I know it seems like it's been, we've been talking about it for not very long, but actually as the longest serving board member, we've talked about this exhaustively and we've come up with a governance structure. There's a quote that brings to mind, Maya Angelou quote, and she says, you know, you do the best you can until you know better. And then when you know better, you do better. And I think voters in Portland understood that in 2020. And they gave their hope and their trust in the district to get the center done. We're just at the point now where we have a fantastic building and a fantastic location with a fantastic atrium. I have an interior design background, so I could look at a cave and envision like, oh my God, we could add a story. We'll put windows on the side. It'll be really cool. We'll add some pretty stuff. And so I'm not afraid of anything that building needs, and particularly because we meet the budget extremely well. Which gives us budget to do things with, do other projects that maybe center around Black children. So I'm just really, it feels so good to be here and so surreal to be here after how many years, 6 years of talking about this. So thank you for everybody that's kind of gotten us here. I know everybody's carried a little bit of the sky here, and if you've had a part in being, getting us here, thank you.
I did not mean to go last, so I apologize if I ruined the moment, because I didn't prepare a wonderful speech like a lot of people did. I just want to say, do you ever have those, I'll start with a question, you ever have those days where you wake up and you're just like, how did I get here, right? It's like almost every day for me these days. But what I mean to say by that is like, joking up a little bit, I was one of those teachers, I have to go back to my kids because not my biological kid. I'm talking about like all my students. They're all my kids. 21 years, thousands of students. And which students needed that little extra just to feel like they belong. And I spent thousands of hours of extra time out of my life trying to provide those for those kids. And that when you see those faces, that when they actually feel like they have a place, when they actually have some place they belong or a group of people they can be with, there's no price you can put on that. And when we talk about like the Center Black Student Excellence, I understand that there's costs and stuff like that, but it's worth it if we can get these kids a place that they feel like they belong, a place that they feel like they can get the extra enrichment, a place where they can feel like they're seen, and to be happier people. I mean, that's why I was a teacher for, I don't want to name how long because I'm going to date myself, but I said 21 years. Darn it. So I think I just ruined the moment and I'm going to move on. But one of the things that just, my main point here is that the reason I say like sometimes, all the time I wake up like I don't know how I got here, but I don't see myself as approving this. I see myself as having the honor and the privilege to be here when this happens. I want to repeat what Dr. Franco said. We are on a precipice. We're reinvesting. We're changing course of PPS and how we treat our neighborhoods. We are reinvesting Albina. We are rebuilding Jefferson, and it's going to be beautiful. And this is, I mean, this is the best time to be in PPS. I mean, if we think about all the things that are ahead, I'm just so excited for these changes, and I can't wait. So thank you, and I don't have anything that can top that. So thank you. I'm going to be voting a very proud yes. All right, let's call the vote. The board will now vote on Resolution 7215, resolution authorizing the superintendent to complete the acquisition of real estate property for the Center for Black Student Excellence. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Representative Retorto.
Yes.
Thank you. The resolution 7215, resolution authorizing to purchase One North, has passed by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Retorto voting yes. Do we need like 3 minutes to go around and say hi, congratulate, and celebrate, and then we'll be back in 3 minutes?
Unfortunately,
sorry for people here for the
just to
policy. We'll
announce,
be quick.
unfortunately, I have to excuse myself because it is past my bedtime.
All right, thank you everyone for staying with us this long. All 12 of you. Next up, we have the second reading of the revised field trip, foreign travel, and other off-campus activities policy 6.50.010-P. Just a reminder, at the October 28th work session, Director Engelsman indicated that she would have 2 amendments to add to the proposed revised policy. It was decided we consider this evening. Both amendments were posted on the November 21st on the draft policies page under policies out of the first reading and policy committee page. Let's get this resolution on the table before we consider the amendments individually, okay? So do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 7.2 once, and then we'll do public comments right after. Resolution 7217, resolution to adopt the revised field trips, foreign travel, and other off-campus activities policy 6.50.010-P.
So moved.
Director Pass moves.
Second.
Director Chase Miller seconds. Thank you. Public comment.
We have Yuki Sakai, Alex Dawson, and Vanessa Way.
Thank you for being here so late.
It's a school day. Yeah, it's a school night.
We know
Okay.
it's a school night, which is even more, we appreciate you even more.
No problem. Let's see. I feel behooved to thank, well, they left. I was going to thank them, but also the board and everyone for the hard work that they've been putting in. It was a sight to witness. My name is Yuki Sakai. I don't mean that in a bad way. Okay. Behold, thank you. Yeah, no, well, good, look what time it is. Okay, so my name is Yuki Sakai, S-A-K-A-I. I'm a Japanese dual, I almost forgot what language. Japanese dual language educator at Mount Tabor Middle School, and I'm also Japanese American. I'm very proud to be teaching in the school that I was taught Japanese. In the classroom, I was taught math. But down the hallway from where I was taught Japanese, my co-teacher is my former 4th and 5th grade teacher. I'm also representing, although they are here tonight, Vietnamese, Mandarin, and all less commonly taught languages. I had the pleasure of enjoying that dual language education, and my background, my language, my culture was validated. And I have said this to the board before, but it does behoove reminding. I had that because of the programs at Mount Tabor Middle School, and especially because of my teachers. I'm so grateful for my teachers for looking like me, or if they didn't, speaking like me. And so I'd like to speak tonight about, it makes me think of what is the role of an adult, because as a professional educator, an adult responsible for the growth of children, what is the role of adults in a kid's life? And it reminds me of what my former math teacher in that classroom said, which was never do anything for a kid that they can do for themselves. And that also makes me think about, so I have to think about that every day. Am I doing something for a kid that I should not be doing for them, that they can do for themselves? And my educators, I think, did a very good job of maintaining those boundaries around, like, okay, I'm going to hand this responsibility to the kids. And it also opens up the conversation to what is the role of admin in our schools. So they would be the ones responsible for solving these system level problems at a building level, at a program level. And then what is the role of the board? And Director Wong beat me to the punch. He defined it. There was 3 things. I'm not going to try and remember what they all were. The budget, hiring the superintendent, and setting the direction. So I would like to express that I have some newfound empathy for, I found out about these amendments Monday, between conferences. And I had to smile and invite families into my classroom anyways and pretend like nothing was wrong. And so I would like to urge the board to send this back to committee so that we can have the proper time to vet this, to have all the proper channels, to have the voices heard, and I would be happy to participate in those committees. Please send these amendments back so that we can take the proper time to have all stakeholders heard. Yes, and I'd be happy to do that. There we go. I can't remember for the life of me what 3 minutes feels like anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't use a microphone often, so I got to get used to this. My name is Alex Dawson. I'm a longtime social sciences and PE teacher at Mount Tabor Middle School. I've been a teacher. I was there when he was a student. I didn't teach him, but I've been there a long time. My co-leader for the trip that I'm going to talk about, Valerie Turner, could not be here tonight, but we lead a trip to Eastern Oregon where we focus on the history of the state, the region, and the country. And we call it the Oregon Research Residency. I firmly, and also for the record, I grew up in Portland. I went to Portland Public Schools as well. So here we are. I firmly believe that experiential learning, that our OR trip and its partner Japan Research Residency trip are some of the most meaningful experiences and educational opportunities that our school and quite frankly, our district has to offer. These moments bridge the gap between the classroom and the real world, the world we're trying to prepare our students for. Experiential learning is something that the district should be encouraging instead of looking to increase the burden of approval seeking, reporting, and other bureaucratic hurdles. I can speak from experience that starting and maintaining an annual travel program such as this is very tenuous and a complicated endeavor. I wish I could say that I feel supported by our district's policies, but often I do not. We teachers would love to feel like we have a seat at the table when new policies are being considered, and the addition of these late add-on amendments just doesn't quite sit right. My colleague Valerie Turner and I would be very happy to participate in committee discussions about how to make sure any proposed language to the field trip policy does not have unintended and or burdensome consequences for the people who actually make these student experiences happening. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Wei, and I'm a parent. And I would like to thank you for being here, everybody, for being here so late, and for giving us an opportunity to address you. Last year, my family and I chose Portland as our home and PPS as the school for our kid. This was not a light decision to be made because it was a huge change for us. One of the things that attracted us to the Portland public school system is the wide range of academic pathways that it offers, including the dual language immersion programs. And I feel that the field trips are a big part of that appeal. We believe that the public school system here it's one of the most extensive and long-standing dual language program immersion networks in the country, or it has one of the most impressive dual language immersion programs in the country. The scale of it and the history of these programs are very difficult to find, even in the most populated and popular cities in the United States. So I'm very proud, our family is really proud to be part of this community now. So in short, my appeal is that the field trips are a big part of the programs, and we would like to see them continue to thrive. For these reasons, we support a resolution 7217 as proposed without amendments. This policy will ease unnecessary administrative burdens on educators, like my fellow speakers here said, and they allow them to focus on delivering the strongest cultural and language immersion experiences for the students. The resolution as proposed will also reduce avoidable costs for families and making these programs more accessible to all. However, the proposed amendments do not seem to reduce the risk to the district and do not seem to improve educational outcomes. Instead, as written, they would reintroduce the burdens that the resolution 7217 aims to remove, and shifting the decision making away from the educator and administrators, such as my fellow speakers, who know their schools and they know their community the best because they wear the boots on the ground. Also, these amendments will add layers of bureaucracy that would drain human and financial resources, and their effect would disproportionately target dual language program students and their families. Some of you ran your campaign recently on closing the achievement gaps, and others ran on controlling the budget and using it to fund, using the funds effectively. Well, by rejecting the amendments, you'll be cutting the costs over scrutinizing a well-proven and really well-received program. Thus, we urge you to use those district resources towards meaningful and productive work, not adding additional red tape to the field trips. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we begin discussion, I want to ask if all the board members, we recently got an email from principals from the DLI schools. But anyways, it seems like no. So I'll read it out loud. It was sent to us today. It's from principals Dow from Roseway Heights, Dickey from Harrison Park, Greer from Harriet Tubman, Longo from Mount Tabor, Watkins from Cleveland High School. I'll just read it out loud. Dear directors of the Portland Public Schools Board of Education, as building principals, we are writing to express our support for the proposed changes to Board Policy 6.50.010-P, field trips, foreign travel, and other off-campus activities. We appreciate the board's effort to modernize and streamline this policy while preserving the core values that guide our high-quality student experiences beyond the classroom. The revised policy appropriately emphasizes that the responsibility for oversight and decision-making belongs with those closest to students, teachers, principals, and school staff. These are the professionals who best understand the instructional purpose of field trips, the diverse needs of our students, and the context of daily school operations. Reaffirming our educators' expertise and judgment strengthens our ability to design safe, equitable, engaging learning opportunities. While we support the proposed policy itself, we want to express our concern regarding the amendments currently being proposed alongside it. Unlike the underlying policy revisions, these amendments have not gone through the committee review process that is essential for developing thoughtful, effective, and workable policy-level changes. This process is critical for ensuring broad stakeholder input and assessing operational impacts. We are particularly concerned about Amendment 1, which calls for quarterly reporting of all field trips. Although accountability and transparency are important, it is unclear how this reporting would be structured, who would be responsible, and what systems would support it. Building leaders and trip leaders already manage significant workloads, including planning instruction, supporting students, ensuring safety, and coordinating logistics for field trips themselves. Without clarity and additional support, Amendment 1 risks creating new administrative burden that could shift time and capacity away from work directly connected to students' learning and school operations. We also have concerns regarding Amendment 2. This amendment states that, quote, students remaining on campus must continue to receive quality curriculum-based instruction, unquote. Building administrators and teachers ensure this every single day for every student, whether others are off campus or not. Providing continuity of instruction is foundational to our roles as educators. This expectation is already embedded in our professional practice, and it does not require additional policy language to reinforce what schools consistently and intentionally plan as part of our daily instruction. In summary, we strongly support the streamlined and thoughtfully crafted revisions to Policy 6.50.010-P that have gone through careful committee review and vetting. These changes maintain the essential safeguards for students, reduce unnecessary barriers, and appropriately center trust in our educational professionals. We urge the board to exercise the same thoughtful approach to any proposed amendments that did not benefit from the established committee process by returning these items to the policy committee for consideration. Thank you for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe, equitable, and enriching learning opportunities for all students. Sincerely, these principals. Thank you.
Do we all have a copy of that? I mean, do you know what time that came in?
It came in 5 hours ago, 5:13 p.m. I wanted to elevate that because it came from our principals, who are the ones that were directly on the ground ensuring that these field trips are meeting our educational needs and being safe. So, and I always want to elevate the voices of our teachers and principals.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that reporting what field trips happened every quarter is kind of taken as that we want to control the field trips, when it was just because we wanted to know what they were, so we would be excited about what was happening in the schools. And it has taken to be somehow onerous. So maybe it's just not stated correctly. I don't know. Strange.
So I would like to make the amendment and then address some of the issues that were in that email, which I haven't read because it came in while we were in that executive session. So first I would like to make the amendment, number 1, which, well, I guess first I would like to make a motion to postpone all of this, not to send it back to the policy committee, but to postpone it out of respect for our board director who left out of a medical concern and isn't here because of how she felt so emotionally and left. There isn't a demand to do this. We could put this 2 weeks from now out of respect for Director Split, who had to leave. So I guess before I make my amendments, given the unusual circumstance, people get a motion, but given the unusual circumstances of someone having to get up and leave, which is, I am qualifying as a medical reason, I'm asking to put this on the 16th for conversation on the amendments and a vote with all of our colleagues here.
I can't, I mean, we heard testimony tonight that asked for, in 2 cases at least, for it to go back to the policy committee where we could discuss.
Just the amendment.
Because I was just going to say, we sometimes have to miss a meeting. It's great when you can be here 100%, but occasionally you have to miss a meeting, and so if that's the case, and I think Director Split stayed for the vote, and that was important. But we heard people asking, especially the people the closest to this process, our building administrators ask for it to go back for additional comment, and so we could hear more from people that are close to it. That would be administrators, teachers, and perhaps even students. But I don't know what's the process for asking if it can go back to the policy committee, because that would be my preference.
I just want to really clarify. I think from what we heard from the public testimony and the letter, they're asking for the amendments to go back to policy committee.
Yes.
And I just want to also really clarify too that policies are not set in stone, and this is the reason why I don't support moving the vote for the actual policy later, is because we can always change policies. So they're not set in stone. If the amendments go back to policy committee, and let's say we pass Resolution 7217 as is today, the amendments can still go back to policy committee. It can be referred out, and we can vote to amend this policy again at a later date. So I don't really see any harm in going through the vote and making sure, also just giving the opportunity for every board member to actually have a voice on how they feel about these aspects.
So, I'm at the policy committee in August. There was no amended policy provided. At the policy meeting in September, the updated policy was filed on board books 4 hours before. 2 of us at the policy committee had not read the policy. And nonetheless, it was sent through to the board. It was sent to us with policy committee members saying, we have time to read the policy. I don't even remember what date it was, at the last board meeting a month ago, when I said that I was going to bring amendments, we talked about sending them back to the policy committee. And there were 3 or 4 of us that expressed wanting to have reports to the board. And so we as a board decided not to send it back to the policy committee and instead to address it here. And so we spent a bunch of time figuring out how I would draft it, when I would provide it, which was over a week ago. I can't help that people just read it, but it was filed or uploaded a week ago. And so we as a board collectively agreed to do it this way, not to send parts of it back to the policy committee, which if we had wanted to do it, we could have done it a month ago. The policy committee has been canceled twice since I've been put on it. And so we should do it here today. And if we don't have the numbers to vote something through, we'll have to do it again. But I do not support sending it back to the policy committee because we talked about that already and we all agreed to do it here.
I'm asking for clarification, voting on resolution 7217 and then sending the amendments back to the policy committee?
Well, first, I just want to clarify that there's actually a real difference here because the policy, resolution 17, we haven't voted on that yet. That's been out there for 6 weeks. So we've had 6 weeks to read it, think about it, and all that stuff. The amendments were posted up last week, so we had a week, right? And we're voting on today, theoretically. So that's kind of the difference. One had 6 weeks to be read, and one had 1 week.
I'm sorry, you took issue with me worrying about not having a $60 million contract
I'm just trying
since Wednesday?
I'm just trying to clarify that it's not an equivalent comparison about, when. So we can vote on it. My concern is that your reasons for not wanting to vote on Amendment 1 is because you don't think you have the votes. Now, if it doesn't pass, that's not the end of it. For example, if it does end up in a tie and it doesn't pass, like we're talking about Amendment 1, it can be brought back up in policy committee and referred later if you feel like you have the votes to pass it later. So us not voting on Amendment 1 or it not passing is not the end of that. Does that make sense?
I understand that. I was asking to move the whole thing out of deference and respect to our board director. Oh my God. And so I guess my first motion, which apparently it's going to fail, would be to postpone this for 2 weeks. I don't have a second, so that's fine.
I'll second.
I also would like to put forward my amendments and talk about them today and vote on them today and just do it all. If we're doing parts of it, or if we're doing all of it, I would like to do all of it, not parts of it.
Well, which one's first? Are you moving to postpone or moving the amendments first?
I mean, I am moving to postpone. Director Splitt's name is on one of these. That's how strongly she felt about it. Director Splitt also left, not because she had to miss a meeting. Like I chose to miss November 18th for my twin's birthday, or Director Sullivan told me in an email exchange that she's had to miss before. She has a medical issue, and we are a professional group who should be respecting that and not. So my first motion is to postpone this to December 16th, which is two weeks away.
I'll second.
Right, we'll vote on the motion to postpone it. All in favor to postpone?
Yes.
All of
Yes.
it, correct? sorry, questions first.
Okay, so it would be voting as it is now without finding out why people feel the amendment is negative. They don't feel it's just getting information. Somehow they're concerned that the way it's written is affecting their ability to have a field trip.
Yeah, and I have confirmed with legal that there is no administrative burden
Yeah.
on this amendment. And also that there is no burden on the in-school principals and staffings, that the last level who signs off on something simply is going to stuff together and scan it in and send it to us. And the reason that this is so important to me is some of us were at a Stand for Children luncheon where Jasmine Reyes Contreras was honored by Stand for Children. And because we had eyes on the fact that this outstanding student from Roosevelt was flying to Washington, D.C. as the Oregon representative, I was sitting at a table with people I didn't know. Can you imagine how embarrassing it would have been if I didn't know that our own student was going to Washington, D.C.? And instead, I got to celebrate her and say, yo, we heard about her. And when they played the montage about her and they brought her up on stage and they celebrated her, I knew about it instead of learning about it in that moment. And so that's why this is important to me, so we can continue to celebrate our students, know about what's going on with no burden to the district, and the principals and the superintendent, nobody will even know about it because it's going.
No, and I think it's important that we do it, but somehow the way it's written is confusing people.
I think that
Anyways, I'm sorry, but the vote right now is whether to, sorry, I want to clarify, because we're running low on time. The vote right now is whether to postpone the vote on the field trip, foreign travel, and other off-campus activity policy to December 16th. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
May I ask
Yes.
a question?
Oh.
Beforehand? I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what this solves. I think, yes, the visibility is great. I'm wondering if, so some of the field trips, the people that are in the audience here, they happen every single year. So would it be helpful to have a list of field trips at the beginning of the academic year? Or does it matter, like, which kids are going and some of the details? Because I think that makes a difference. Also, I like what you said, Director Sullivan, about hearing from the principals, because there's checkpoints. One is the risk management, the other one is the principal, and it sounds like it's burdensome and bureaucratic for principals that are administering according to the letter that they submitted. It's burdensome. It said so in the letter.
But they're already doing that. They have to already submit this paperwork to Dr. Cardona.
They also mentioned that.
I mean, they're already doing this. I'm seeing a head nodding. They're already doing
Okay,
this.
well, since we're talking about this.
No.
So my comment on principle, I am against Amendment 1 because,
I'm sorry, as a point of procedure, there's a vote, a motion to postpone. That's where I was trying to help. Excuse me.
But it seems
I
like
didn't
we're
mean to
talking about
interrupt
this.
you. I do
Well,
apologize.
I want to also answer that question. On the point of principle, our bond, which is $1.8 billion, we only report that once, maybe twice a year. Reading and math, we only report that twice a year. And reading and math is embedded in everything we do in PPS. I mean, my science curriculum was embedded with reading techniques to help students improve their reading. So, I mean, reading is a core purpose of, and we only report that to the board twice a year. A field trip barely ever happens in a student's experience. Like maybe a student goes on one field trip a year, and yet we're requiring quarterly reports on that. I mean, we're talking about taking a chunk of our time, which quarterly is above our bond, above reading and math, and just kind of on principle, I think I'm very strongly against it. Also, as an Asian American who knows what it's like to constantly have people who don't trust you look over your shoulder because of your skin color, this is also something that I feel very strongly that it's just a little offensive. I mean, I'm just going to be blunt. It's a little offensive. The last thing I also want to point out is all the reasons I've heard about having this report was not about what's best for the students. It was about us. we want to know, great. But we can go ask the principals, we can go ask the teachers. I mean, there's ways that we can know. We can request a yearly report on all field trips and be like, wow, this is awesome. We can do that. We have the power to do that. We don't need to require it. And that's the issue I have, a very strong issue, is that by requiring it, we are putting it above the level of our bonds, above the level of reading and math, and not to mention the kind of issues that a lot of people of color in Portland have to deal with constantly with over scrutiny. Thank you for, I'm starting to lose my words. And so, yes, maybe it's not going to be a big thing, but the symbolism behind it is a big deal. And this is why I am very strongly opposed to Amendment 1. We'll be voting no on it.
I would like to call for a continued vote. I heard the votes on yes on my postponement, and then move on to the amendment conversation.
All right, so the question now is, let's vote on postponing.
You already called for the yeses. Now you need to call for the noes.
Sorry, I didn't record who voted yes. Let's just do this again. This is voting for postponing the field trip vote until December 16th. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, now
It is 3-3, so it did not pass. And so therefore, do you want to move Amendment 1 onto the table?
Yes, please. So I would like to move Amendment 1, which is, I don't know why or how to do it, but it was amendment proposed by Directors Engelsman, Split, and Sullivan officially on the document. It is an amendment that would, on a quarterly basis, the approval forms outlined above will be compiled and shared with the board for information. So I would move that to the table.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we will now discuss Amendment 1. Discussing Amendment 1, which is adding the amendment of requiring reporting.
Can we just call a vote on this?
So but we're solving, so the Amendment 1, the intent is to provide the board with visibility in the field trips that occur throughout the year. Does this, because I don't see it here, maybe I'm not reading it right, does this require that it has to come before the board?
They'll be compiled.
Or is it just a list saying, these are the 10 field trips that are happening this quarter?
It's the approval forms outlined above, which are the approval forms which goes through risk management that Dr. Cardona approves, that some other senior director approves. It's those, and that they come for us for information.
They already exist.
They already exist.
Yes, we see them.
So the other, I guess my other issue is
part of it is
maybe
because can I jump in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
When the original there was a complaint filed, and I think it was okay.
That was a very anti-Asian. Yes.
What
Yes,
was
yes.
discovered through the process was inequity between field trips across schools across the district. It's actually not, and there's a $500,000 field trip equity policy that we have at the district to help students at other schools who may not be able to afford to take these wonderful trips. So that is why that exists. So I don't see why we wouldn't. I don't see a compelling argument not to see something quarterly about what our students are doing.
Why do you need it quarterly?
I think if you want to
Because it's easier than monthly?
Sorry, if you want to target, I'm sorry, we need to have a board discussion. If we want to solve the problem for equity in field trips, then we should just solve, I'm quoting you from last couple weeks ago, then we need to have a problem-solving session around equity in field trips. It's not that easy. You can't just throw money at it and suddenly every teacher there who has ever organized a field trip knows it's super difficult and almost nobody takes up that money because it's just not worth the time because it's so hard. And so if you want to solve for equity in field trips, report is not going to do it because unless you have some kind of targeted goal setting and actually a plan to do it, it's not going to happen. I'm just being blunt. The second thing, the reason I'm also against is a little bit more technical. One of the things that was evident in the letter and also just from what I've heard from my days around schools and stuff is that since the 2019 policy passed, it has put a lot of extra burden on our principals in terms of approving field trips, so much so that many of them No, I mean, well, I heard from two. Two of them have said that it actually disincentivizes from field trips because of how much work it has created. My concern about reporting is that because these reports are a certain way, done a certain thing, it would make it an extra barrier in terms of like if you want to change things to make it more efficient and more effective for our principals to be able to like get these field trips through. So just having another report, again, adds another layer of potentially something you have to jump over in order to.
There isn't another report.
To whom? Dr. Cardona, is this adding another layer? I mean, can you please?
Isaac, Chief of Schools, good to see you. So currently, principals reach out and they get an initial approval from a senior director of schools, and then they begin the process of planning with risk management. They complete documents, it then comes back to our department and gets signed off by the senior director of schools again, and then we just house that documentation. It goes back to the principal and the field trip's approved. Currently, it then goes to the board if it's international or more than 150 miles, and then you all approve that. So it sounds like we already do these things and we house the information. It wouldn't be necessarily an extra burden on principals because they're already doing this documentation, and we do keep those and approve them.
I guess I just don't understand why it has to be policy. If we want visibility, we can ask the superintendent to make that information available for us. It could be an administrative directive. I am failing to understand why it has to be a policy amendment specifically.
I'd like to call for the vote.
All right, unless there's opposition, let's call for the vote. All right, we have Amendment 1, which is the quarterly reporting. All in favor of Amendment 1, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Abstentions? Thank you. Amendment 1 did not pass by a vote of 3 to 3.
I'd now like to, 3 to 3.
I just want to clarify, was it 3 to 3 or 4 to 2?
3 to 3. You voted yes, 3 to 3.
Thank you. I just want to get the record right. It's getting late. It's late.
I would now like to bring forward my second amendment, which is very small. Which is policy amendment proposed by Directors Engelsman and Sullivan, which is amendment number 2. It's entitled Intent to Ensure Clarity and Expectation that there will be continuity in the education for students. Changes are shown in orange. And to the district-sponsored activities, the orange additions are which necessitates intentional planning to ensure continuity of all students' education, those on the trip and those remaining in the classroom.
Do you have a second?
Yeah. Second.
All right, discussion.
So the reason that I wanted to bring this forward is on the audit committee, for example, and Director Split is on that, one of the audits that we are considering choosing is please correct me because I'm not going to, Director Sullivan, because I'm not going to say this right, but one of them is that we are considering looking at the effects of substitutes on our students and in our schools, and trying to figure out how we make sure that the kids who have substitutes for all of the legitimate reasons, that's one of the audits that's going to be in front of us at our next audit committee meeting to choose from. And so I have heard from a lot of the community members whose kids don't go on these trips and who are left, and I know from my own kids when they have a substitute that it's just not the same as when their teacher is in the classroom, that it is often considered by my kids like a free day almost, like they're not doing the same work. And so it was important to me to include in the policy the fact that the kids who stay behind know that their education will continue in the same way that it would if nobody had left to go on a trip, and in the same way that classrooms around the district are continuing because no one is going on a trip. And that's not in the policy. And while I appreciate Director Chase Miller's question of why things need to be in the policy, they do, because otherwise it's not obvious and it's easy to just not do. And so a clear policy is important for people to know that they're getting what they're getting. And so I am bringing this forward. That's all I'll say.
I have a question. I'm concerned that this would kill the trips altogether. You know, because we want to make sure there's exact experiences. I mean,
I didn't say exact experiences. I said continuity of education.
And
our curriculum
that could
is
be
laid out already.
Defined as maybe not having a substitute, which could kill the program.
It's not what it says.
I guess I would like to hear from. I mean, we've heard from parents already. This doesn't say that. It says continuity to me, and then you're talking about substitutes. It sounds like it would kill the international trips. Even if that's not the intent, that might be the impact. It sounds like, smells like, feels like.
So
it feels like it might kill.
I need everyone in this room to know that I am a naturalized immigrant U.S. citizen. And as of Thursday night, our president, but as of Thursday night, our president started to attack naturalized citizens. And so I'm not sitting here trying to minimize your experiences or what you're going through or what you're doing or anything. I am trying to bring a policy.
We can keep this conversation with the board. We don't have to.
No, because we've had weeks of board meetings where there is just no professionalism. So I would like to call a vote on this too, because it is very late.
I'm not going to call a vote because we haven't had a chance to discuss this amendment.
We tried to have that conversation too.
So here's the issue I have with this, and I want just a stress test. And as someone who has worked in the classroom for many years, I can already think of 5 to 20 examples of why this would not work. So when it says which necessitates intentional planning to ensure continuity of all students' education, those on the trip and those who remain in the classroom, we can do a stress test, which means does this also include which necessitates intentional planning to mostly ensure continuity of all students' education? The answer is probably no, because it says to ensure and all students. So here's some examples where I can come up with just off the top of my head that would, if we were to follow the letter of this policy, would actually make it impossible to do. Number 1, outdoor school. We know for a fact that our middle schoolers, they don't plan the same curriculum that kids, when they go to outdoor school, have for the kids who don't go to outdoor school. So in that case, we have a situation where there is no intentional planning to ensure continuity of all students' education. The ones that are remaining behind are having a different experience than the one going ahead. Here's another example. If I was a coach who's also a teacher, and by the way, this happened at Benson. The girls basketball qualified for state, and it was amazing. And well, guess what? What we do in high school is that to ensure continuity of education, because guess what? We have policies or school policies in place to deal with this. All the students on the team have to go to each teacher and ask for what the homework is and what they're doing in class so they can do it when they're gone. And I remember some kids coming to me and saying, hey, we got to go tomorrow. I mean, I just found out today, right? And I said, I'm sorry, but your experience in the state champ is way more important than this lab you're missing today. And that was a call that I made as a teacher. However, one could argue that because I did not intentionally plan the continuity and gave them the curriculum that they would be missing for those 3 days, that they would not no longer, because my fault, as a teacher, my fault, they would no longer be allowed to go on that basketball tournament. Right. And so how about another example is, what if I have a kid that's chronically absent? Now there's no way. I mean, I just take field trips out of it completely. There's no way I can ensure continuity of all students' education. If I have a student that's chronically absent, does that mean I never get to go on field trips? Right. And so I think this is a situation where I think really needs to go back to policy committee to be workshopped and planned. I understand the intent behind the wording here, and I don't disagree with it at all, but I think it just needs a little bit more intentional and stress testing and workshopping in policy committee to actually come out with the form that would work.
I think that this actually isn't what we said anyway. I think we said continuity in curriculum, not education.
I thought it was, I think I like the idea of going back and workshopping it because, again, to hear from the voices, we've heard from parents. I think it would be really helpful to hear from educators about this, and explicitly on the language about ensuring clarity and continuity for students. I know it sounds onerous, some of our policies, our climate policy took 2 years of back and forth. I also think more input makes for stronger policy when you hear from a wider variety of people. I would be happy to, if it was okay with this body, to send it back to policy committee and get it right. You know, I don't know. I don't feel like it's urgent to. I'd like to get it right. And I'd like to hear from educators on their experience.
And yet,
Yeah, it does sound like it needs to go back to, I mean, it seemed like such a simple thing, but obviously it's not simple to everybody. And so it has to be worded so that it's understood in the way you and I understand it, because people aren't understanding it that way. So, I mean, I think policy committee might be a place to go, and then invite people to come and see what would work.
yeah, but I also think the previous sentence already sets the goal. Like, at the same time, students remaining on campus must continue to receive quality curriculum-based instruction. And I know that principals and teachers are all,
Well, yeah.
like, that's a priority.
It doesn't have to be.
So, if this goes back to policy committee, we're never seeing it again. It's not getting back out of policy committee. And that doesn't seem to meet the purpose, because we have one non-policy committee member sitting here saying that, you know, we're trying to do something, and it's just not going to come back out. So, like, maybe we just put this on for conversation on the 16th, when we have more time. And maybe we can try to reword it between now and then. Oh, no. January. I mean, doesn't matter. January.
Right.
Put it on
Well,
January.
let's call the vote on Amendment 2. Amendment 2 is the stronger language saying which necessitates intentional planning to ensure continuity of all students' education, those on the trip and those remaining in the classroom.
Wait, I thought we were postponing it, not voting on it.
No, the postponed vote failed.
No.
We're doing this.
For this one. I'm not trying to postpone the whole thing for Director Split, but I thought we just
Oh,
talked
I see
about-
what you're saying. You want to postpone Amendment 2.
Yeah, let's just postpone this amendment to a January board meeting, so we can all just
So move
talk
and
about it,
second to
maybe
postpone
reword it.
Amendment 2.
Yeah. Well, as I understand it, Dr. Cardona told me that those have already been approved to start planning, so I don't think that they're going to be affected, right? I mean, I
I'm
have
sorry,
done
but
my.
we don't have to respond to.
No, I
wanna keep this
understand. I
conversation-
understand. Yeah.
I actually do want to know the answer to that question, though. Will postponing impact this year's trips?
Currently, the majority of trips are already in initial planning, so they've been approved by the senior director. That's currently principals are working through it with risk management, and it'll come back to us. So it shouldn't uphold any current trips as they're already in process.
May I ask one more question about that then? What is the latest date that if we were back planning, that we would need to have this go through?
So the amendment to the curriculum piece,
Yes.
I don't know if it would impact any current travel, because it's for the students who are remaining. I think the first trip is in February.
In February, but for next year?
I'm not sure if
I'm not
yeah.
suggesting this takes another year, but
The majority of trips happen after winter break, so
Yes.
in the springtime or early spring.
okay.
Okay, so since
Sounds like they've mostly been.
we already moved to put Amendment 2 on the table, are you moving to table it? Is it tabling? Or just move to postpone? Move to postpone the discussion of Amendment 2 to December 16th?
No, to January.
Until January.
To be clear. To whatever date you said.
Okay, I would like to postpone Amendment 2 to a January date.
I thought you were withdrawing Amendment
I thought you said alternatively.
She needs to, if that's what you want to do, she need to withdraw Amendment 2 temporarily and then put it on the table, a motion to postpone it until January.
Oh, so do both. Okay, well then I will temporarily withdraw it, and now I am making a motion to put it on the table in January.
Second.
All All right, we will call the vote of postponing this till January. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed? No. So the whole field trip is now postponed until January.
No, her amendment is,
Her amendment.
her amendment 2 is postponed until January. You now
Got it.
still have before you whatever the,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I was confused.
The
Then I vote
resolution
yes.
on the field trip policy, you still need to vote on the actual underlying policy unamended.
Okay. Well, I think I still keep my vote no. So the amendment 2 is now moved to January by a vote of 5-1. Thank you. So now we have the actual policy on the table.
This is no amendments.
And this is Resolution 7217 to adopt revised field trips, foreign travel, and other campus activities policy.
Yes. That was not a vote. That was a correct.
By the way, the time that we were supposed to hear that was at 8:15. So.
Thank everyone for being here today and being patient. Before we vote, I mean, the last comment I have is, again, I think this amendment is the right thing to do. It's the right direction. It puts trust back towards our principals and our teachers who are closest to the ground, and our area supervisors, of course, for the longer trips. And they're the ones that are closest to our students and know what is the best educationally for all the above. So thank you for everyone's working on this policy. Does anybody have any other comments before we move to a vote?
Well, this is, just so I'm confirming, this is without any amendments. This is the policy without any of our amendments, just as is.
Right.
Okay.
And again, just
With
to
no-
allay any fears, right? Policies can always be changed, right? They're not set in stone. So like if it goes back to policy committee and you have a recommendation, we can vote on it again to amend it, just like we're doing with Amendment 2 in January. Any other comments? All right, let's move to vote on, suddenly I forgot the policy number.
7217.
Thank you. We are now voting on our field trip policy 010-P. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed?
No.
No.
All right. The field trip policy 6.50.010-P has been approved by a vote of 4-2. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. Go home and
Thank
hopefully
you.
catch a couple hours of sleep before you have to work again tomorrow. I would like to make a motion to postpone tomorrow's school day by 2 hours. That was a great idea given to me by one of our attendees.
Okay, so we're just going to put 7218.
So we're just, yes. So next up is the second reading, defense and indemnification of district employees. Do we have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7218, resolution to adopt revised defense and indemnification of district employees and board members
So
formerly
moved.
liable of employees District 5.50.020-P?
So moved.
Second.
Director Sullivan moves. Director DePass seconds. Any board discussion? I think there's no public comment, correct? All right, we will now vote on Resolution 7218, resolution to adopt revised defense and indemnification of district employees and board members formerly liability of employees of the district 5.50.020-P. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Oh, wait, sorry. I paused for that. Under, my mistake, under ORS Chapter 244, board members must disclose any potential conflicts of interest before voting. Because this item presents a potential conflict for each of us, we must make those disclosures individually. I'll begin so everyone can know how this works. So I'm going to start by saying, I declare a potential conflict of interest, and I cast my vote as yes on this resolution. Let's go with Vice Chair DePass.
Okay, I declare a potential conflict of interest and I vote yes.
Director Sullivan.
I declare a potential conflict of interest, and I cast my vote as yes on this resolution.
Director LaForte.
I declare a potential conflict of interest, and I vote yes on this resolution.
Director Chase Miller.
I declare a potential conflict of interest, and I vote yes.
Director Engelsman.
I declare a potential conflict of interest, and I vote yes.
Thank you. The Defense and Indemnification of District Employees and Board Members 5.50.020-P has passed by a vote of 6-0. Next up, we have the SIA account grant agreements. Let's go ahead and do I have a?
Oh, yeah, let me.
I'll hand it over to Dr. Armstrong.
Thank you. So the student investment account agreement in the Oregon Department of Education require that school boards approve the agreement and provide for public comment. Tonight, providing you an overview of the agreement, we have our Chief Financial Officer, Michelle Morrison, and Chief of Student Support, Jay Buono.
Good evening.
Late.
Yes. Or good morning. No, good evening. So tonight we're going to have an opportunity to review the student investment account grant agreement. For time's sake, I'm going to be brief. We have provided a staff memo related to this, and the slides, of course, are in board book. The purpose of this process is that it is required by the state for us to begin to spend our SIA dollars, specifically for that purpose. The SIA grant is part of our overall integrated grants agreement plan, which you approved. I presented to you in April, and you approved, and the expenditures were integrated into our overall budget. So this process is just for us specifically to see the grant agreement and approve us to spend the actual money, which has been allocated. And so I will move to what the revised allocation for SIA is, which is a couple more slides in. So our preliminary allocation was for this school year was higher than we actually are receiving, and so moving forward into the rest of this school year, we are at 43 million. And preliminarily, we're understand that we're going to be allocated 45 moving into the next school year for the biennium. I apologize, I'm very tired. And so this is what we specifically are talking about this evening. In addition to the services and supports to support mental health, their services and extended learning opportunities, SIA also has passed through that goes through to our CBOs and our charter schools. And so you are approving that to move forward also. So specifically, the grant agreement, and this is the part I have to say, and so I'm going to go through it line by line. And the reason is once this is approved, we post it on our website, and it's required for transparency purposes. But what this includes, this agreement, is grounding in the work of what SIA is, which is specifically to meet the mental and behavioral health needs and increasing academic achievement of students, reducing disparities for focal groups. And then the agreement goes into outlining the total allocation, which is the allocation I just outlined for you, for each year of the biennium, and includes specifically some of the allowable areas of expenditure that the district has already reported to you and you approved in April related to the investment. The agreement also includes clear reporting requirements, so we submit quarterly financial and performance reports to the state, and then annually back to you, which is what we just did a month ago for last year's expenditures. And then in addition to that, and finally, ODE outlines how they monitor those expectations. And we receive a report of compliance every year with that. And so with that, that is the grant agreement and an overview of what our SIA investment moving forward for this year is. So I'll answer any questions for you.
Have any questions? Thank you for the presentation.
Any other questions? All right, let's put it on the table. Do I have a motion and second to adopt Resolution 7225, resolution to approve the Student Investment Account Grant Agreement?
So moved.
Second.
Director DePass moves. Director Sullivan seconds. Any board discussion? Public comment? The board, thank you for the really quick presentation. I know it's too quick. The board will now vote on Resolution 7225, resolution to approve the Student Investment Account Grant Agreement. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Resolution 7225 is approved by a vote of 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I really enjoyed, there was a lot to read here. And when I was reading it, I enjoyed it. But now I don't remember. But I remember I approved it.
You remember at the time? That's hilarious. Wasn't as bad as some of this reading that we get to do.
I think we have decided to move finance focus to the a future board meeting. However, we do have to vote on the Oregon School Boards Association election of representatives to the board of directors and the consent agenda. Thank you. We don't have, so I think Tancred was going to walk us through that. So let's come back to that. We'll go to the consent agenda first, and then we'll go back to the vote on the OSBA positions. Do I have a, hold on. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Director DePass moves. Director Chase Miller seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Any board discussion? No public comment, I assume. All right, the board will now vote on resolution 7219 through 7224. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed? Thank you. Resolution 7219 through 7224 has been approved by a vote of 6-0.
I just want to note that the script walks through the voice votes for you.
Thank you. I know
How
I
do I
just saw
see it?
that after I moved. Okay, thank you. Oregon School Board Associates organized as one statewide association with up to 24 regionally elected representatives across 14 geographic regions to support the member participation and representation, odd number years, et cetera. So board members vote to elect regional representatives for even number of positions on the OSBA Board of Directors as well as positions on the Legislative Policy Committee. This year we are voting for position 18 on the OSBA Board of Directors and position 17, 18, and 19 on the Legislative Policy Committee. Tonight we'll be conducting these votes by voice vote rather than individual resolutions. We'll begin with position 18 on the OSBA Board of Directors. The candidates are Chris Howitt and Brenda Rivas. Board members, when I call your name, please indicate your vote by stating the name of your preferred candidate. Director Lafort. Director Sullivan.
Rivas.
Director Chase Miller.
Rivas.
Director Engelsman.
I'm also still reading.
Director DePass. Vice Chair DePass.
Rivas.
I vote Rivas. Director Lafort.
Rivas.
And then Director Engelsman.
I'm just going to abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. All right. Chris Howitt has 0 votes. Brenda Rivas has 5 votes. Who has secured our board's support for position 18 on the OSBA Board of Directors. Next up is Legislative Policy Committee, position 17. For the rest of these, are I think only one candidate, so it'll be really easy, hopefully. We'll now vote to move to LPC position 17. Those in favor of Heather Coleman Cox for position 17, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Those opposed? Abstentions? Heather Coleman Cox has secured our support for position 17 by a vote of 6-0. Legislative Policy Committee, position 18. Those in favor of Althea Ender, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Opposed? Althea Ender has secured our support for position 18 by a vote of 6-0. Finally, move to LPC position 19. Those in favor of Chrissy Split, please say yes.
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 Better say yes. Those opposed? Now,
She would vote for her, it would be 7 if she was here.
yes, so Chrissy Split is now, I think I lost the script, has been approved by a vote of 6-0. Right. What, do we have anything left? I thought we voted on that.
Oh, yeah, it was.
All right, that's it. Yeah, I skipped ahead and then came back.
Okay.
Right, with that, if there's any other, are you okay if we move to other business community referrals to the next meeting as well as community conference reports? All right.
No, I think we need to talk about this boys, I mean, I emailed you this, I think we need to talk about this boys volleyball thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. So we have a section for other topics. Director Engelsman wants to bring up sorry, thank you, I forgot. The issue with the boys volleyball. Can I hand this off to you to introduce it?
Well, I just want to, I mean, I have been trying since November to get this on the agenda. Now is not the time at 11:25 without any of the boys who were here a month ago, without anyone with the opportunity to be here, to present, to give public testimony, but I'm trying to get it on the agenda.
Just so I did put it on the December 16th agenda.
Okay.
But then I got your email yesterday about the deadline for
Yeah, but-
OSBA is December 5th. Oh, sorry, OSAA is December 5th. So I got that
Yeah.
email yesterday, but I had already, because 3 people had requested, I put it on the December 16th agenda item.
But my understanding.
So I don't know how to solve this problem.
So my understanding is that December 5th is not a date that we have to worry about. I was told that by the Senior Director of Athletics through district staff. And so relying on that, I think it's fine to talk about it on the 16th, because I take that at face value.
Can I just get clarification, because I want to make sure she has, Director Engelsman has correct information. So there's no deadline for December 5th that that a decision would be needed by? I just want to make sure we're confirming that.
Yeah, so Marshall Haskins did clarify with OSAA. He reached out. I think the issue is really comes down to that there are no approved clubs that play for OSAA. So there would be no deadline to approve a club to play for OSAA. Does that make sense?
I think, I wish Marshall was here, I talked about this as well. I think that that PPS has, I don't know if it's a written policy or an unwritten policy, that they won't let students fundraise to play OSAA sports because it's not equitable.
Correct.
So the question coming from the volleyball group is asking, we want to fundraise for everybody. We're not fundraising for our individual schools. We want to fundraise for all to play. Can we register for OSAA? So I think that's the question for this year. Because there's really no one left to play. Once they're playing club,
And I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. I thought where we left it, I don't want to misspeak, or maybe it's been updated, but I thought that the last that we heard is that clubs can play through the like maybe PIL, and that would be the same. But I don't honestly. I would need to circle back to the team and get more information. So I'm wondering if we can get some information out to you all. I can try my best to get it out tomorrow, because it sounds like we still are looking for clarification around that, or, I'm sorry, I don't have the information.
So I can read you what he said, is that volleyball can exist as a club sport, like it has been, that OSAA sanctioned volleyball is not a club program. Does that make sense? So it would be essentially what they're advocating for is just what you said, is
They want to play OSAA so they can play around the state. And
which gets back to the funding and our policy.
Is it
that
a-
we
is
don't
it a-
Is
allow.
it a
a
Portland
policy?
policy, or
Is
is
it
it
like a
an
policy or like-
OSA? I think
They want to fundraise for
is that the
everybody.
question? Is it a Portland decision, or is it a
Yeah,
state
is it sort of
decision?
like an unwritten PPS policy that we just don't do that? Or is it like, we have a policy that prevents this from happening? Because what I'm hearing from the teams is that they want to play OSAA so they can play around the state, play sanctioned ball, but they understand that, you know, it wouldn't be fundraising for my school, or, you know, it has to be equitable. If we're going to do OSAA, every school has to have the opportunity to play. And so they want to fundraise for the whole. It would be a little unorthodox, but it would sure, you know, you know, there's a lot of things that are, you know, with budgets and things that's, but
Is there any
if they wanna
way,
play,
I'm
they're gonna
looking
play.
at my chief of staff, Kafori, can we do our best to land this answer in a clear, definitive way for the board tomorrow? It seems as if it's just like yes or no. Is it possible? And then what's the anchoring document? Is it Portland policy or is it state?
I think the confusion has been that some of the information relayed by some of the advocates made it seem like they were talking about having club play OSAA, which is not a thing. What they're actually asking for is what Director LaForte said. They want PPS to join OSAA as boys volleyball as a sanctioned sport.
But that changes from club.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they want. The issue is that Portland has a policy, and I don't know where it's written, that we don't allow schools to individually raise. And so it would be a decision for you all, you know, whether it goes to the policy committee or whether, I don't know what strategy you want to employ, if there's enough support that people want to change the policy. We haven't done it this way before. Our senior director of athletics is opposed to this. He's made it very clear in many emails that he doesn't want to go down this path. We are facing budget cuts of $50 million that you all know, and that will mean, probably cuts to athletics as well. Cutting $50 million without touching athletics would be challenging. They already have to, and again, this is, I know I don't look like him, but I'm playing Marshall Haskins right now. He would say that we already have about $1 million shortfall. So trying to fundraise or have the public fundraise for one particular sport while we're cutting something else. So that is just his perspective. Obviously, it's up to you all. So if you want to schedule a time to have a conversation about it, that's definitely up
And
to
I
you.
will say that I did ask the area superintendents to weigh in just to kind of figure out what that local circle would be. And I know that Hillsborough is waiting another year or two. North Clackamas is also waiting. Tiger is holding off, and Beaverton is holding off, but allowing the team as a club to play other teams within other club teams. And the only superintendent that I have that says that they are going to move into a league is Salem Kaiser. So I don't know if that's helpful or not. Sometimes I like to have comparisons when I'm not sure where we're at on something, and so that's just some information I got from.
So there's no local men's basketball in Portland region, or is this something that they would have to travel to, and then would we fund the travel as well?
That's part of the cost.
Okay.
Is the equipment, the fields, et cetera, coaches.
Does
et cetera, et
everyone,
cetera.
this might be a dumb question, like, so I don't want this to come off like, I didn't know until my kid was in high school, like, do you guys understand what the difference is between like a club sport
Yes.
and an OSAA sport? Okay.
I mean, that's why I want to get on. I don't
Yeah.
have kids in high school. That's why I'm trying to get on the agenda so we can have Marshall Haskins, this
Yeah.
other guy, Patrick, who's very invested, and just kind of understand if there is something that can be solved for, or if there's
And maybe
nothing.
maybe we do something differently this time so we can figure out a way for them to play OSAA. It's not,
Because
we're not
this-
in normal budget times. And
So it sounds like if it's going to be on the agenda, we definitely all have the team to be able to share, information. I think I wanted to make sure because Director Inglesman talked about a deadline. And I just want to confirm that there is no deadline that we would.
I think there's an OSAA registration.
There is a
deadline.
deadline.
Okay, but
Yeah.
that's for the
Right,
OSAA as.
but that's what, I mean,
That's what
so
we're
if we
going
have a
on.
conversation on the 16th.
Is it too late?
It is, we will not be able to. It's my understanding that we will not be able to this
Okay.
year.
So Director Inglesman, is that what you?
That's what I understood. And the
Okay.
reason that this is important, I think, is because, so I'm just getting information from people who are involved and trying to get a conversation about it, is that the boys from Franklin, what did I put in my email? Somewhere
There's
got
like 4 high
third in
schools.
states last year, so they're really good. And this year, because of the changes, they cannot participate in the state tournament unless we do something to allow them to participate this year. And then next year, we figure something else out. But given the changes with OSAA recognizing it, and this is where I don't understand it, there's no real light bulb on for me. All I know is that there are a bunch of boys who can't play, who last year got third in the whole state, and now, even if they are the best, cannot go to the OSAA state tournament. And so I was trying to get a conversation so that we could solve for it now, so that these seniors who have been advocating and doing all these things, they get recognition for their advocacy and can play volleyball, and then we can figure out what to do next year when there's another rush.
I will just say that our daughters both played club lacrosse at Cleveland, and I did not know that it was a club sport until, when that's partially because I'm a bad mom, but until they went to the state tournament and won. And it wasn't the OSAA state tournament, but there was a club sport state tournament that we went to. So I think that they won't be able to play at the OSAA state tournament, but there will still be a chance for them to play in club sports, which does have, and we had girls from Cleveland who went Division I to University of Oregon, so it didn't preclude them from getting scholarships to major universities. Where
So
they
what
could
I
play.
think I hear you saying, Kafori, is that there is a deadline in
Yes.
order to even file an application for OSAA. We don't have the funds. The only way that we would have the funds is to fundraise, and we have a policy that prevents that. So it would have to be a policy that's addressed through policy.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
That's what I'm kind of wondering. Do we have a policy, like an actual policy? And there's, and this, the boys are saying, we will fundraise for every school, like if either we all play or no one plays. That's what they're saying.
I think, just to clarify, I'm not sure it's a board policy. The specific, I think that's worth clarifying tomorrow. My understanding is that from Senior Director Haskins that it's actually an AD or an athletics policy, not necessarily a board policy. I went looking for it and I don't see it as a board policy tonight. That may make any solutions that you all come up with easier or not, but I
Yeah.
just want to call it out.
I think it would be helpful to know what rule
Exactly.
it falls under, and even if it's in an AD, like what is it connected to? Because I think that would then help with that. And so I think I think we're still within a time frame where we can get some information and present it to you all tomorrow. It sounds like we have an expedited timeline. So, and it seems like it's a pretty simple answer to just get back on. I'm sorry, it's late. What answer are we looking for again?
I don't know that it is
Or
just
we're-
a simple answer because
Okay,
it would
the policy
it would
part, if it's-
require
yeah.
a decision from the board that you were going to allow this to happen.
If it's a board policy.
All right, okay.
But if it's not a
And
board
if it is
policy,
not a board policy, then what? I mean, that's the question.
Would Marshall let us? let
Well, I
them
mean, it would
fundraise?
take 4. I don't know that they need to vote. You don't need to have a vote, but you still have to have 4 members of the board saying that this is something that they want. because
So I guess-
the recommendation from our senior director is not to do it. So
So the one
Can
thing,
I-
the last thing I'll say is that I get the club thing, but I think if we don't sort out this OSAA thing, then the number of other clubs that they can play against is very limited, instead of having access to, and whether or not this information is accurate, it's just what I was told. A lot of the other districts are letting the team sign up for OSAA and self-fundraise so that they can participate in all the OSAA stuff,
Yeah.
meaning our boys cannot compete against most of the other teams in the state because of our AD.
I wonder if we, after the, I wonder if we get an update, because the group that I messaged are considered like the Big Ten, so the 10 largest districts in Oregon, and Salem-Keizer is the only one that confirmed that they will have a team entering in the league. And I guess I wonder if it's after it's all settled, what may have seemed like there were a bunch of schools that would probably go into OSAA after the budget, they realize that they're not able to. And it could be maybe just a team or two that's left out. But because I assume that they still play based on school size and things like that. So maybe, I don't know. But I think that we can send a message. What's going to be in that message, I'm not sure. But we will definitely say what the policy, what policy we're citing, confirm the recommendation of the athletic director, and then put it in you all's hands to see what other direction you give me from that.
And then including in this what you're going to do, if you could please look at that link I sent, which is the OSAA 2026 boys volleyball teams and leagues of 71 schools that are signed up
Okay,
in
so
Oregon.
we already have. Did you send that to?
I will send it again right now, so it's at the top, but I think that there may, and again, my light bulb's not on. I think that maybe some things are happening that is not, there's like this happening, but it
Okay.
looks like from this official website that Clackamas, Central Catholic, which I know is not, Bend, Cottage Grove, I'm looking for public schools, Estacada, Forest Grove, Grants Pass, Gresham, Hillsborough are all on this website.
Really?
So
Okay.
this is why I think our boys are about to miss out on being able to participate against most teams and also go to states.
Okay, so yes,
I'll
it
send it to
sounds
you right
like
now.
we have some clarification to do, because
We'll
what I'm
send out a
hearing from
message,
the
we don't know what it is.
Okay, yes, we'll send a message.
Thank you.
I think we need to.
Great.
Actually, I think we should talk some more about things. Does anybody else have other issues? Just joking.
We should make this go till Wednesday. Okay, with
This
that.
isn't the latest we've gone, by the way, so.
This meeting's adjourned.